Chapter 266. With this roar, the mountain peak trembled and the purple bamboo forest rustled. Leaves rustled as the peacock race expert disintegrated in midair. Chu Feng's body seemed to be covered in a robe woven from the radiance of the sun. It was so radiant that one would feel a piercing pain if they looked directly at him. Chu Feng, please stop. The remaining peacock race experts were all pale. Just now, the golden ripples from Chu Feng's mouth had rushed into the air and were not aimed at them. Even so, they almost fell to the ground, their bodies trembling out of instinct. Chu Feng stopped and looked at them calmly, but they still felt an unbearable pressure. It was as if they were facing a calm, demonic god. Our race's king did not touch your parents. He just happened to arrive at Mount Yunluo and did not harm your family, the young peacock race quasi-king said with a pale complexion. Just happened to arrive? That's easy for you to say. The people of Mount Yunluo used my parents as bait to set up a trap. The peacock king's appearance is enough. Chu Feng raised his right hand, which was emitting a sparkling luster, and was about to slap forward. In an instant, the mountain peak trembled with an incomparably stifling pressure. If you're still a character and can be considered an upright hero, then go and fight with my race's king. Of course, you have to be confident enough. The quasi-king of the peacock race braced himself and spoke calmly. He knew that there was no way he could escape unless this demon king stopped himself. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. I'm a very kind person and will not allow anyone to target my parents. What upright hero? That's all for now. You're clearly trying to goad me into action. Are you courting death? Or are you courting death? Chu Feng's expression was indifferent. Without any hesitation, he raised his crystalline palm and pressed forward. With a bang, the quasi-king was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. He was dead on the spot. The remaining peacock race experts felt like their scalps were about to explode. They were shocked, angry, and afraid. This person was determined to destroy them. Behind them, the people from Bodhi Biogenetics revealed strange expressions. This demon king claimed to be kind, but he had killed with a raise of his hand. Divine monk, save us! The few remaining members of the Peacock clan did not dare to spread their wings and flee. They looked at the skinny old monk with pale golden skin. The old monk was over 100 years old and was known as one of the successors of Buddha. He was the strongest king of Bodhi Biogenetics. Amipa. The old monk chanted the name of Buddha, and the pale golden light on his body gradually grew brighter. Chu Feng turned back and looked at the old monk. Someone touched my parents. I'm here to resolve the problem. If you stop me, you'll be declaring war on me. The old monk had a merciful heart, but if he really tried to stop this demon king, he would incur the wrath of this demon king, and all the mutants in Bodhi Biogenetics would be buried with him. He understood Chu Feng's intentions. Even though he knew that the Peacock King was not to be trifled with and was known to be invincible, he still wanted to kill his clansmen to serve as a warning to others. The old monk knew that if Chu Feng could suppress and kill the Peacock King in a domineering manner this time, and endure the Peacock King's wrath, no one would dare to touch his family in the future. Such a demon king would even kill the clansmen of the invincible Peacock King in a fit of rage. Who wouldn't be afraid? King Chu, you're too tyrannical. Another majestic ancient temple opened up, and two people walked out from the courtyard. The one who spoke was a black-haired man with a pair of demonic eyes that seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist. His entire body was also clad in black. Beside him was a lady with light golden hair, emerald eyes, and furry ears. She looked like a cat demoness. Chu Feng saw the two and guessed that they were clansmen of the Golden Crow and the Nine Lives Cat. He glanced at the two indifferently and then attacked the remaining 3 experts of the Peacock race. With a boom, he punched out with surging divine light that enveloped an area of 100 meters. Thump, thump, thump. The last 3 flew out like rags. They were filled with hatred and unwillingness as they ended their lives. The scene was deathly silent. Chu Feng said coldly, "What do you mean by tyrannical?" Back then, the Peacock race had sent a continuous stream of experts to Shuntian to kill me. When I first arrived at Mount Kunlun, they also asked the Woodpecker King to kill me. They wanted to kill me just because I didn't bow and scrape to them. This is tyrannical. Today, I've come to settle this grudge with the Peacock King. If you think I'm tyrannical, that's fine too. The black-robed man was indeed a clansman of the Golden Crow, but he was still far from possessing the Golden Crow bloodline. It was just that his crow had transformed into a human form and was now a quasi-king. His eyes were cold as he said, "King Chu, you could be considered an expert of your region. However, your actions are too unbridled. You should know that no one is truly invincible." Chu Feng replied, "Although the Golden Crow came down from Mount Tai to attack me, he didn't target my parents. That's why I won't target your race, even though I've come to Mount Putoa. If you want to kill someone, go kill your king. You're on your own." After hearing these words, even the old monk from Bodhi Biogenetics put his palms together and chanted. Chu Feng was too domineering. Even the Golden Crow was his target. As for the mutants, there was no need to even mention them. Their hearts were pounding, and none of them wanted to become enemies with this demonic, godlike man. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. He felt sullen after seeing the peacock race die in front of him, but he didn't dare to stop them. He directly called out Chu Feng's name and coldly said, "Chu Feng, you should know that the Golden Crow, the Peacock King, and the Nine Lives Cat are of the same branch. If you dare act so tyrannically today, be careful of retribution in the future." Chu Feng suddenly turned back and glared at him with an intimidating aura. "I've said that I won't target the Golden Crow tribe this time, but this isn't a promise or a protective talisman. A mere quasi-king dares to threaten me with such impudence? You're courting death." Thump! Chu Feng formed a fist seal and smashed forward. "You up!" The black-robed man cried out in an attempt to escape. He had just transformed into a crow and was about to soar into the sky when he was struck down once again. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. His eyes gradually lost focus as the crow's body was torn to pieces. Some of the blood landed on the golden-haired lady from the cat race. This caused her to shriek and rapidly retreat, afraid that Chu Feng would kill her as well. In front of the 1,000-year-old temple, the sound of bells and Buddhist chanting could be heard. However, it was difficult to conceal the austere atmosphere of the place. Chu Feng strode toward the peacock race's gathering place. Behind the ancient temple was a purple bamboo forest enshrouded in dense spiritual energy. It was a suitable habitat for birds. However, this place had long since been deserted except for the few peacocks from before. The rest had long since fled. Chu Feng didn't say anything. Doing this much was enough to show his attitude. If he were to completely destroy their race before killing the Peacock King, the latter would surely go berserk and seek revenge regardless of the price. Chu Feng turned around and faced the people from Bodhi Biogenetics. He then looked at the old monk and said, "I want to know if Bodhi Biogenetics was involved in the process of me being surrounded and killed by a group of beast kings." The aura of a peerless expert permeated the air, causing all the mutants in the vicinity to tremble and almost collapse to the ground. At this time, Jiang Luoshan was also pale and restless. This was the first time she had sensed the might and terror of this familiar person. He had even killed the Peacock King and the Golden Crow's clansmen as he pleased. Why wouldn't he dare? Jiang Luoshan wanted to say something, but her red lips were slightly parted and she didn't say anything. She suspected that if she were to step forward and say anything, she might also be killed by a single punch. Bodhi Biogenetics didn't attack Benefactor. "It's a pity we couldn't rescue you," the old monk said calmly. Chu Feng felt the murderous aura on his body dissipate quite a bit in the face of this Sakyamuni disciple, a golden monk over 100 years old. This surprised him. If Benefactor doesn't believe me, this old monk can open up his sea of consciousness and let you judge. The spiritual domain of a king-level entity wasn't easy to probe. If the host wasn't willing, it would be difficult for others to break through. The old monk's calmness and willingness to fully open up his sea of consciousness moved Chu Feng. He extended a finger that was emitting a lustrous luster as he pointed at the forehead of the Buddha's disciple. The old monk's expression was calm, as he smiled calmly without evading. Just as he was about to touch the old monk's forehead, Chu Feng withdrew his finger and said, "I believe in the Reverend." He was certain that this was the first time he had met the old monk. This Buddha's disciple wasn't among those who had surrounded him. It was just that he didn't know if Bodhi Biogenetics had other hidden experts. Chu Feng had a good impression of the old monk, and thus didn't make things difficult for him. "Are there any high-ranking members of Bodhi Biogenetics here?" Chu Feng asked the mutants. He didn't have a good impression of those in charge of the major corporations. These corporations were even more ruthless than the beast race when they surrounded and hunted him in Jiangxi. "Yes," someone finally replied. It was actually Jiang Luoshan. This was somewhat out of Chu Feng's expectations. Finally, a number of old men were invited over. Chu Feng didn't hold back and pointed at their foreheads with a glowing finger. The old men's expressions were extremely unsightly, but they cooperated nonetheless. Chu Feng hypnotized them and probed their subconscious to see if there were any who were trying to harm him. In the end, Chu Feng didn't discover anything and apologized to them. "I'll trust Bodhi Biogenetics for the time being." These words caused everyone to feel complicated. However, many mutants finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that the higher-ups had targeted Chu Feng. If they were found out, Demon King Chu would definitely start a massacre and wash Bodhi Biogenetics in blood. However, they also understood that Chu Feng didn't completely trust Bodhi Biogenetics. He didn't have a good impression of them after being hunted by the corporations. There was an ancient temple at the top of the mountain. Every brick and tile exuded an ancient aura and was engraved with traces of the passage of time. It was as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of time. It was old and could collapse at any moment, but it was the center of the entire building district. Chu Feng stood within the temple and gazed at the divine statue. He stood there for a long time without moving. Under the setting sun, there was a bronze hall beside the ancient temple. A large bell was suspended within it, ringing in a long and drawn-out manner. Chu Feng finally walked out, and amidst the red glow of the setting sun, he slowly strolled through the ancient temple. He was exceptionally tranquil, and his state of mind was peaceful without joy or worry. He had temporarily let go of everything and cleansed the last strand of baleful intent in his heart amidst the sound of the bell. He sighed softly. His killing intent had been too heavy during the past 2 days. He had traversed tens of thousands of kilometers, killed Tung, killed a group of beast kings, destroyed the Ash Wolf tribe, and slaughtered the Peacock tribe. Only now did he finally calm down. Within the temple, he listened to the chanting of sutras and listened to the sound of the ancient bell. It cleansed his mind and cleansed all the baleful intent. He pondered carefully. Ever since he started practicing the Xingyi fist, he had been focused on honing his fist intent and killing enemies in all directions. This caused his killing intent to accumulate and flourish. "It seems I need to be careful. I'll still kill the enemies and leave after I'm done, but I can't let the baleful intent linger in my body for too long," Chu Feng whispered. He had realized this problem. He could devour the world with his killing intent, but he had to maintain a calm and peaceful state of mind. Otherwise, he would truly look like a demon. Taiji doesn't go out for 10 years. Xingyi kills people in 1 year. It makes sense. Chu Feng pondered. He felt that the recent increase in killing intent might have something to do with the fist technique he was practicing. Xingyi fist was born to kill. In the sunset, the golden-bodied monk slowly walked over. His title was Qianjia. He was the senior brother of Qianyi, the disciple of Sakyamuni Buddha who fought against the white snake at Mount Taiyang. "I have the golden Arhut breathing technique." Under the setting sun, Qianjia's body glowed like a real golden Arhut. His face was solemn and dignified as he put his palms together. Chu Feng was surprised. Why did the old monk want to talk to him about this? Soon he understood. Qianjia was inviting him to join Bodhi Biogenetics. If Chu Feng was willing to join Mount Putao, he would be able to obtain the golden Arhut breathing technique. Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old monk looked kind and benevolent. How did he come up with such an idea? Asking him to shave and become a monk? "Master Qianjia, I'm still young. I still want to live a carefree life in this colorful world for another 500 years. I don't want to become a monk. Amitabha. Qianjia chanted Buddhist mantras and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He then whispered that he had sensed the Buddhist aura from Chu Feng's body. He wanted to know if the breathing technique he had mastered had anything to do with Buddhism. Qianjia bluntly said that the world was changing. Creatures from other realms would eventually descend. If Chu Feng had mastered the Bodhisattva-level breathing technique, he would have a great fortune. He might even be taken away to another world to cultivate supreme techniques in the Buddhist Holy Land. The premise was that Chu Feng had to convert to Buddhism. Qianjia would be willing to guide him and explain the scriptures to him every day to build his foundation. Chu Feng was unmoved after hearing this. Creatures from other realms were risking their lives to descend to this world. What reason did he have to leave? There are sacred trees and fortunes on earth, but they lack the scriptures. What we have now is too simple and crude. In the end, we will need to enter other realms to obtain the scriptures, Qianjia said. Chu Feng was moved. He had heard from Yellow Cattle that the glory of the other realms was extremely resplendent. Divine suns moved unhindered, fairies filled the skies, and bodhisattvas shook the world. It was a place people yearned for. If there was a chance, he would definitely go and take a look. Chu Feng said, I'll think about it after I've searched through the famed mountains and great rivers. The old monk was speechless. This benefactor was truly greedy. All right, the peacock race's territory will be mine from now on. I'll also have a share of Mount Puta. Chu Feng said. Qianjia was speechless. Why was this person acting like a bandit? He even wanted to lure him into Buddhism. Given his temperament, it was truly inappropriate. Chu Feng had cut off his evil tendencies and was now at peace. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Next, he searched the entire mountain peak and dug under the thick Bodhi tree. This truly frightened many people from Bodhi biogenetics. Chu Feng, you want to dig away this ancient tree? Jiang Luoxin's appearance made her quite uncomfortable. She didn't care much in the past, but after witnessing his slaughter today, she didn't dare to tease him anymore. I'm just taking a look. Chu Feng got up. Just now, he saw that the ground was covered in three-colored soil similar to that of Mount Tai. It should have no effect on the seed. He needed time to wait for Mount Putua to fully recover and its spiritual energy to flourish. Only then would he be able to plant the seed in the stone box. Don't tell me Mount Putua only has this little fortune? Chu Feng asked. Both the pilgrimage grounds and Mount Kunlun had been occupied by the various kings, but there were even more mysterious areas that they couldn't enter. Mount Longhu was also abnormally dangerous. It's over there. Qianjia pointed at the back of the mountain. Chu Feng was astonished. We can only catch a glimpse of it at sunrise and sunset, Qianjia said. Under the setting sun, Chu Feng could vaguely see an even more majestic mountain behind Mount Puta. He could only see its silhouette, but he couldn't see what was on it. Can't we climb it? Chu Feng asked. We can't. The old monk shook his head. The mysterious mountain vanished before the setting sun, but at this time, specks of golden light sprinkled down. The old monk exhaled softly as he breathed in and out the world's essence energy. He did his best to receive the golden light. Seeing this, Chu Feng also attempted to receive it. Chi! In the end, a golden Bodhi leaf flew over, brimming with vitality. It landed in Chu Feng's hand, stained with a strand of blood. What's going on? He was astonished. Qianjia was also greatly moved. I've received a few golden Bodhi leaves before, but I've never seen any blood. How interesting. Chu Feng stared at the void. Was there a creature on that mountain, sending news to the outside world? A multitude of thoughts ran through his mind. If the world changed once more and such a mountain appeared, it would be hard to say if it was a fortune or something else. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng became alert. All along, everyone had been looking forward to another upheaval in the heaven and earth, hoping that it would come sooner. They were waiting for the opportunity to fight over the even more astonishing divine fruits. No one had ever thought about the bad side. There might be killing intent hidden within. Snow. It's snowing. Chu Feng raised his head in astonishment. Large snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, soon covering the summit in a silvery white. What was going on? Ever since the world changed, no matter the season, every land had been as warm as spring and full of vitality. There were no longer cold winters. But this evening, such a strange thing had happened. Chapter 267. The entire Mount Putual was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The 1,000-year-old temple and the purple bamboo forest were all covered in snow. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain was sealed in ice and snow. This kind of change had never happened in 1,000 years. It was simply too bizarre. Chu Feng stood atop the mountain and gazed at the sky. He then scanned the surroundings to see if there were any other changes. Qianjia was standing beside him. The old monk's expression was solemn. He, too, hadn't expected that the time for the upheavals would arrive so suddenly. Jiang Luoshan was also here in her white robes. She was somewhat apprehensive, not knowing what would happen to this world after the upheavals. Would it still be the Earth she was familiar with? Everything had evolved since the last upheaval. From birds to ferocious beasts, all of them had developed intelligence. Many races were now on equal footing with humans. What about this time? No one knew what would happen. Only an area of several dozen kilometers has been covered in ice and snow. There's nothing in the distance, Chu Feng replied. Benefactor's divine instincts are sharp. This old monk is ashamed of his inferiority. Qianjia sighed. They were both experts with 5 severed shackles, yet he was inferior. Jiang Luoshan left hurriedly to retrieve her communicator. She wanted to investigate in detail. Recently, she had been playing the zither and reading the golden scriptures. She was isolated from the outside world and didn't even bring her communicator with her. She was undergoing a type of cultivation. Chu Feng lowered his head and looked at the blood-stained golden Bodhi leaf in his hand. He gazed into the distance, wanting to see if that mountain would reappear after the upheavals. He could vaguely hear some sounds, like the roars of beasts and humans. They came from the direction of the disappeared mountain. Great Master! At this time, several high-ranking members of Bodhi biogenetics rushed over anxiously. They found Qianjia and asked if the upheavals had begun, following which they glanced at Chu Feng. One of them spoke, Mr. Chu. The old men wanted to ask Chu Feng to stay here and oversee Mount Putual. They were uncertain about the sudden upheaval. They were high-ranking members and could barely be considered core members. They had already spoken to the decision-makers at Bodhi Biogenetics, and all of them felt that the future was unpredictable. Moreover, Chu Feng was on Mount Putual. It would be much safer if he stayed and asked him to oversee the mountain. Chu Feng's expression was calm. He didn't say anything. Why should he stay here and help them guard Mount Putual? After the upheavals, all of the fortunes here can be shared with Mr. Chu, an elder said. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily fortune. Chu Feng pointed at the Bodhi tree that was as thick as a water tank. It was also the only divine tree on the mountain that was sprouting. Its unfurled leaves were shrinking. Not only did they stop growing normally and lose their luster, the leaves were actually growing in reverse, shrinking into tender buds that were rather dim. The expressions of the elders changed, becoming incomparably unsightly. They ordered for 2 botanists to be brought over. It was clear that they had been very attentive ever since they occupied this place, bringing over a few related professionals. Reverse growth. This kind of plant is incomprehensible. The 2 botanists were having a headache. They couldn't figure it out at all. Mount Longhu is covered in silver. Mount Kunlun is covered in a vast expanse of white. Mount Zhongnan is covered in a thick layer of snow. It wasn't a large-scale snowfall. Only a few special famous mountains experienced blizzards and were frozen. The sky darkened and the weather grew colder. Snowflakes continued to fall, and the accumulated snow on Mount Putual was half a man tall. Very soon, detailed news came from Bodhi Biogenetics. Only the famous mountains and great rivers are snowing. No other places. At night, a few elders wanted to invite Chu Feng to a banquet, but he declined. He didn't want to have anything to do with them. Chu Feng took the initiative to invite Qianjia. Unfortunately, the old monk's face darkened when he offered to eat the flood serpent meat hot pot. Master, The meat and the wine pass through the intestines, while the Buddha sits in the heart. You shouldn't see the meat as meat and the wine as wine. Why be so fixated on appearances? Chu Feng smiled. The meat is still meat, and the wine is still wine. This is the essence. Qianjia put his palms together and slowly left the room. In the copper hot pot, the flood serpent meat was boiling, emitting a unique fragrance. There were also thin slices of sheep king's leg meat, sparkling like coral, and the turtle dove king's wing meat. The cold was coming, and the snow was falling like goose feathers. Eating a hot pot like this was an indescribable pleasure for a foodie. The elders from Bodhi Biogenetics ordered someone to bring him a bottle of good wine, so that Chu Feng could enjoy the meal to his heart's content. Jiang Luotian came to the door, her mood somewhat complicated. She didn't think much of it when she teased Chu Feng before, but now she had some misgivings. Bang! Finally, she threw down the Buddhist scripture and pushed the door open. She had regained her confidence and was no longer worried. I'm here to freeload. She was calm, no longer treating Chu Feng as a peerless master. Chu Feng looked up with a smile. You don't have that burdened Xia Qinyu by your side this time. There was no evidence that Bodhi Biogenetics had participated in his assassination, so Chu Feng naturally regained his composure. He couldn't act tyrannically with his status as a king-level expert. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Jiang Luotian sat down gracefully and began to freeload. However, she was startled by what she saw. Is that the black dragon crown prince of the southern sea? Jiang Luotian was dumbfounded. The outside world was still unaware of He Tang's death. The marine race was still spreading rumors that He Tang possessed a powerful weapon that could kill Chu Feng and the others. Who would have thought that He Tang would be on the table, and she would be able to taste his tender meat? Even though Jiang Luotian had long since regained her former elegance and was no longer at odds with Chu Feng, she was still quite shocked. If this news were spread, many people would be shocked. The marine race would all be dumbfounded. Where was the black dragon crown prince? In the hot pot. This is the turtle dove king. This is the sheep king. This is... Jiang Luotian's mind was in a mess as she listened to Chu Feng's introduction. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she picked up the meat with her chopsticks. She didn't know whether to eat it or not. There were 7 or 8 silver plates on the table, all of them king-level experts. Moreover, they were all famous king-level experts. Bodhi Biogenetics had paid close attention to some of them, but in the end, they had all become Chu Feng's food and had to be put into the hot pot. Jiang Luotian threw caution to the wind after seeing Chu Feng's calm evaluation and introduction of the various ingredients. King-level experts? They were all food. In the end, both the host and the guests were enjoying themselves. Outside the window, ice and snow were rolling about, but the room was steaming hot and fragrant. One bottle of wine wasn't enough, so Jiang Luotian ordered more. In the end, Chu Feng was a bit tipsy, and Jiang Luotian almost passed out. Her beautiful eyes were half closed, and her eyelashes fluttered. She had completely let go of herself and returned to her former self. You're too evil. I accompanied Qinyu on a blind date, but you made us look so miserable the first time we met. We even appeared on the news for no reason. Jiang Luotian thought about the past. Yes, I remember. Even now, people are saying that you nurtured the fetus, but it really wasn't mine. Chu Feng said, his breath reeking of alcohol. Jiang Luotian's eyes went wide after hearing this. She wanted to slap him. Being with this guy and letting go of himself would definitely make her gnash her teeth in anger. She opposed him with equal harshness. In the end, she teased Chu Feng in a drunken manner. The great demon King Chu, someone who can contend with peerless experts, is forced to go on blind dates every time. Moreover, I see him every time. Jiang Luotian was a bit drunk. Her fair and delicate face was incomparably rosy. Her beautiful face was glowing, and her figure was perfect and enchanting. Chu Feng's face was dark. He felt that he was indeed unlucky. First was the blind date with Xia Qinyu, and the second was with the undead phoenix. In the end, he ran into Jiang Luotian again. Blind dates in this day and age? Call me sister, and I'll introduce you to some of my good sisters. They're all slender and elegant, Jiang Luoshan teased. What are you doing? Looking for a spanking again? Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at her and taunted. Jiang Luoshan was immediately angry and humiliated. She had been treated so rudely by this guy twice, and this made her very angry. In the end, Jiang Luoshan was completely drunk. She gracefully slid under the seat. Chu Feng finished the food and was finally full. He was still tipsy and helped her up from the floor. He placed her on the sofa and covered her with a thick blanket. If I put you on the bed, what if you wake up and start screaming? You can sleep on the sofa. Then he staggered into the room inside, fell onto the comfortable bed, and began to sleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Luoshan woke up in a daze and went to the bathroom. She was still drunk, but when she came back, she went straight to the master bedroom and got on the bed. Hey, Jiang Luoshan, you're in the wrong place. Don't molest me. Chu Feng reminded her. He was a king-level warrior, so he could wake up at the slightest movement. However, Jiang Luoshan was so dizzy that she fell asleep on the bed. Chu Feng glared at her, but after thinking for a while, he decided to ignore her and fell asleep as well. Obviously, the next morning was not going to be peaceful. It was a world of ice and snow outside, and the temperature dropped sharply. When Jiang Luoshan woke up in the room, she felt warm, but she was in someone's arms. Ah, she screamed. Don't scream, you molested me, Chu Feng said hurriedly. Although his arms were full of soft jade and she was tall and slender, it had nothing to do with him. What did you do to me? Jiang Luoshan jumped up and landed on the floor. Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. You were drunk last night, so I threw you on the sofa. Jiang Luoshan's fair face was full of anger. She sharply noticed the words "threw me" on the sofa. This guy was too unkind. How could he let her sleep on the sofa? Then, you snuck into my room in the middle of the night. I warned you not to molest me, but you still got on the bed. You rolled to my side several times, but I pushed you away. One time, I accidentally kicked you off the bed. But you persevered, and I had no choice but to let you molest me. I forced myself to sleep. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan wanted to punch him. This guy was too much. What the hell was he talking about? He was making her look bad. Beast, she scolded in shame. Chu Feng argued and said, Nonsense, you're clearly worse than a beast. You were drunk, and I was also unlucky enough to fall asleep. We didn't become beasts. Go to hell. At most, I could only resist passively. Not only did I manage to touch a few places, but you were the one who insisted on crawling towards me, Chu Feng said righteously. Whoosh! Jiang Luoshan ran away. She couldn't argue with such a person, and she couldn't say much. Otherwise, she would be furious. Chu Feng observed Mount Putois for a while. The ice and snow were still the same, and the mysterious mountain had not appeared. He decided to leave. Old Jiang, your daughter did a great job. She was with Chu Feng last night. Maybe this kid will join Bodhi Biogenetics in the future. Early in the morning, an old man spoke to Jiang Luoshan's father in a mysterious manner. Old Chen, you bastard! How dare you trick my daughter? I'll kill you. A roar came from the other end of the communicator. It's none of my business. The two old men began to quarrel over the communicator. Chu Feng left Mount Putois and crossed the sea. The outside world was bound to be restless this morning. The famed mountains and great rivers were covered in snow, but the other regions were unaffected. Moreover, Chu Feng's massacre the day before, killing a group of beast kings, destroying the Ash Wolf tribe, and ascending Mount Putois to kill the peacock. These two pieces of news became hot topics and incited heated discussions. Chu Feng traveled at a moderate pace, traversing 7,000 kilometers in less than 2 hours to reach Jiangxi. Everyone was talking about the snowflakes on the famous mountains and great rivers. Everyone was looking forward to it. Perhaps another change had already begun, and everyone was waiting. At the same time, people were also evaluating Chu Feng's combat strength. Everyone knew that he had shocked the world with a single battle and killed a group of beast kings. Everyone was shocked and amazed. At the critical moment, someone from a marine race stood out. He was fairly confident that He Tong would soon attack. After the Black Dragon Crown Prince recovers, who on the continent will be able to contend against him? The Southern Sea Dragon race has delivered a great killing weapon to Hatung. Not to mention Demon King Chu alone. Even 2 or 3 peerless experts won't be able to contend against Hatung. Many people from the Marine race thought so. They were waiting to see Hatung display his might and settle his grudge with Chu Feng. At this point, they still didn't know that Hatung had long since become Chu Feng's food ingredient. The Marine race people were fairly calm as they waited for the show to unfold. However, the next piece of news shocked them. Someone had discovered the skeleton of a giant flood serpent on Mount Sanqing. There was still some flesh left, but many areas had been shaved clean. Hatung has been eaten. The Marine race people were dumbfounded after hearing this news. Chapter 268. Hatung had been eaten. When this piece of news got out, everyone was stupefied. It was just too strange and too shocking. After calming down, not only did the Marine race people not believe it, but the others also felt that it was ridiculous and unreal. Who would have such a big appetite? A bunch of nonsense. Some of the Marine race people retorted and warned them not to tarnish the reputation of the Marine race. The experts who had come ashore from the Southern Sea were especially furious. They felt that this kind of rumor was too hateful. Who would dare treat them as food? Were they crazy? Most of the Marine race people didn't believe it. Hatung wasn't an ordinary person. As a member of the dragon race, coupled with his legendary killing weapon, it was too difficult to kill him. Additionally, news of such a battle would have spread long ago if it really happened. How could they wait until he was eaten before revealing it? The attacker was simply too calm. How laughable! If you want to tarnish the reputation of our Southern Sea lineage, you should use a different method. This kind of nonsense is too low level. A clam girl from the Southern Sea sneered. Her words were full of disdain and disdain. She simply didn't believe it. She had gained quite a bit of fame ever since she came ashore. That was because her strength was extremely terrifying. Add to that her graceful figure, bright eyes, white teeth, and flowing fine black hair. She was extremely beautiful. She had obtained the name of the Clam Fairy. Following which, another Marine race expert spoke. Some humans really dare to speak. Aren't they afraid of impending disaster? Just you lot dares to humiliate my brother Hatung and talk nonsense about him being eaten? This kind of damage is too despicable. Those who aren't convinced can wait for the Black Dragon race to come and wipe them out. The so-called experts of the human race aren't enough. This was a ferocious killer whale. This race was the overlord of the seas even before the upheavals, so there was no need to talk about them now. He had long since severed his sixth shackle. The competition in the Southern Sea was too intense, so he left the bloody maelstrom and went ashore. He wanted to obtain fortunes in the famed mountains and great rivers in order to evolve once more. The Marine race didn't believe Hatung was dead. Their words were full of sarcasm and contempt. Although their main target was the rumor monger, they were also quite arrogant and disdainful toward the humans on land. Sigh, I really hope that Hatung was really eaten by someone and it's not just a rumor. Damn it, these oceanic race people are too rude. A few people discussed this, feeling a bit resentful. They always felt that the sea race's words were too tyrannical, as if they looked down on the world with disdain. He made it sound as if the people of the continent were so unbearable. The Marine race thought that Hatung being eaten was a ridiculous story. I'm sorry, I had just sent the message that Black Viper was eaten when my communicator broke. I didn't have the time to send the photos, so I had to make another trip. I'm presenting the evidence now. Just as people were feeling indignant and thinking that the sea race was too arrogant and tyrannical, the person who had exposed the news appeared again. According to him, Mount Sanqing was now covered in ice and snow. His communicator had fallen into a hole in the ice and was completely destroyed. He had made another trip and brought more advanced recording equipment. When Haitung's photo was released, people were in an uproar. Although most of its body was covered by ice and snow, its silhouette could still be clearly seen. It was such a huge flood serpent, even longer than a train. People immediately felt dizzy. Haitung's true form was indeed frightening. However, it was now in a miserable state. Its snow-white skeleton lay across the mountain ridge, intimidating all birds and beasts. Ordinary creatures didn't dare approach that area as it emitted a suppressive might. Who? Who killed this young expert of the Southern Seas' black dragon bloodline? The marine race was completely stupefied. Was the news true and not just a rumor? This was a major event. The Southern Sea Elder Dragon King only had 3 sons, and now one of them had been eaten. This was bound to incite his wrath. This old dragon was quite protective of his children and definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. If he were to go crazy, the entire Southern Sea would be thrown into chaos and all the islands would sink. To be more precise, this was an old flood serpent with at least 1,500 years of cultivation. He occupied the Southern Sea, and no one could shake his position as the overlord. He was the true king of the Southern Sea and was known as the supreme expert. Truly audacious. He actually dared to kill Hatung. No matter who he is, he's dead for sure. There's no suspense. He's destined to be killed by the Southern Sea Elder. Some of the marine race members were furious. They all came from the sea, but one of their experts had been killed and eaten. This made them lose all face, and they were bound by a common hatred for the enemy. There were also people who said that the photo wasn't necessarily true and wanted to verify it. The Clam Fairy was the first to move, followed by the Tiger Whale King. They were all on good terms with Hatung, so they immediately charged toward Mount Sanqing. In truth, the marine race members still couldn't believe it. The news had come too suddenly, and they had been waiting to watch a good show. They felt that Hatung would torture Chu Feng to death and sweep through the human heroes with his great weapon. Not long ago, they were still discussing and waiting for Hatung to display his divine might. Who would have thought that everything would change in just half a day? It was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The flood serpent's meat is so delicious. Hatung's flesh didn't rot after the snow fell and is still very fresh. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. It's a peerless delicacy. Oh my God, it contains a vast amount of blood energy essence. I feel like I'm about to break through. It's miraculous, and I can't finish it all. Those who are bold come quickly. A flood serpent as thick as a train, a ferocious creature with 6 severed shackles. Perhaps this is the only time I'll be able to eat it. That person from Mount Sanqing was fairly bold. He actually dared to eat flood serpent meat there and even called for others to rush over. This caused a commotion. After being dumbfounded, people were indeed tempted. Many mutants and beast race experts in the vicinity finally moved out to kill their way over. These so-called delicacies naturally couldn't attract them, but the flesh of a terrifying creature with 6 severed shackles could be considered a rare medicine that could allow them to evolve. Who in this world had ever eaten a peerless expert? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, people also realized that the person from Mount Sanqing was doing this on purpose. He was going against the marine race. So much so that people recalled his words. He said that his communicator was broken and he didn't have time to send the pictures. This was obviously unreliable. Many people guessed that he was waiting for the marine race to jump up and refute him before sending the pictures to ridicule them. In truth, people guessed correctly. The person who had done this had long since left after eating and drinking to his heart's content. They were the black yak, the yellow cattle, and the Siberian tiger. Chu Feng kept in contact with the 2 oxen at all times. The black yak and yellow cattle were aware of his every move. The 2 oxen had gone to replace Chu Feng when he left Mount Sanqing. In the end, they called the Manchurian tiger over to eat heartily. Only when the sky was filled with snow and the cold was unbearable did they decide to leave. The Clam Fairy of the marine race was the first to arrive. Seeing the snow-white flood serpent skeleton on Mount Sanqing, her body immediately swayed and almost fell to the ground. Hatung, the Clam Fairy cried out. As a member of the Southern Sea, she had always had a good impression of Hatung. Who would have thought he would end up like this? As she saw it, Hatung was invincible and destined to rise up on the continent as the Dragon King. But now, he had died before he could achieve anything. All his ambitions had gone down the drain. The tiger whale king also arrived. He was flabbergasted as he stared at Hei Tung's skeleton. Had he really been eaten? And eaten completely? In truth, they had come a long way. Groups of mutants and beast races had appeared before they arrived. All of them had cut off large chunks of flesh and left with a full load. Hei Tung had indeed been eaten. The marine race had already confirmed this. This caused a huge uproar. Who did this? Could it be Demon King Chu? Many people immediately thought of Chu Feng. At this point, no one dared to underestimate him. He could already be considered a peerless expert in name and in reality. The marine race was furious, especially those from the Southern Sea. They announced that they would join hands and kill the culprit after confirming his identity. They wouldn't give him a way out. Those who bully the Southern Sea shall be killed without mercy. This was their powerful declaration. These words stirred up the masses. Be it humans or beasts, all of them were dissatisfied. Why couldn't the marine race be killed? How tyrannical! Could it be that only continental creatures were allowed to be killed? Without the need for a call, the continent's humans and beast races all wanted to boycott the Southern Sea Dragon race. They felt that they were being overly domineering. At this time, the culprit who had killed Hei Tung had already met up with the black yak, the yellow cattle, and the Manchurian tiger. They were drinking and chatting merrily. At this time, they weren't far from Mount Lu. Snow was swirling in the distance, forming a vast expanse of whiteness. The whole of Mount Lu, on the other hand, was covered in lush greenery and full of vitality. It was as warm as spring and summer. These two places weren't too far from each other. Such a wondrous scene could only be enjoyed during the upheavals. Brother, this old brother really admires you. You killed Hei Tung, killed a group of beast kings, and even dared to challenge the Peacock King. This king is convinced. The Manchurian tiger gulped down large mouthfuls of wine and gobbled down large bowls of meat. He was in high spirits, but he was indeed astonished. Back at Mount Longhu, Chu Feng wasn't even as good as him. Who would have thought that only a few days had passed and Chu Feng was already capable of killing a peak expert with 6 severed shackles? Brother, this old brother has prepared a gift for you, the Manchurian tiger said mysteriously in the end. What gift? Chu Feng was astonished. A mount, the yellow cattle told him. In truth, the three of them had helped Chu Feng deal with a number of beast kings during the past 2 days. It could be said that they had helped him get a mount. Didn't you want to find a king-level mount? The black yak said in a carefree manner. Come, let's go take a look. Chu Feng's interest was piqued. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. Chu Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the mount and heard its cries. He didn't come to his senses for a long time. It was a donkey. After a long while, Chu Feng turned around and wanted to punch the three. You 3 grandpas. How am I supposed to ride a donkey? Chu Feng was unconvinced. This donkey runs extremely fast. It took us a long time to catch it. It's almost 4 times the speed of sound after severed 4 shackles. According to it, it had eaten a type of light fruit that gave it such godly speed, the black yak explained. Even he couldn't catch it on his own. In the end, it was the Manchurian tiger who caught it. That was because under normal circumstances, only a king-level expert with 6 severed shackles could reach 4 times the speed of sound. So fast, but still not as fast as me. Oh, this donkey looks familiar. God damn it, it was one of the people who attacked me that night. However, this donkey didn't dare to come out and hid in the distance. It was only at the critical moment that it gave me a kick. Chu Feng was furious after being hit by the donkey's hoof. He stared at the donkey and said, Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Just nice, let's eat it. Hee-haw, hee-haw, don't eat me. The gray donkey was frightened out of its wits. Damn it, you're about to die, and you still dare to take advantage of me? Who are you calling, hee-haw? I'll whip you to death. Chu Feng was about to use his blade on the donkey. Moo, 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 spare me. That was my natural language just now. I've gotten used to it. The donkey begged for mercy. Damn it, you're still asking for a beating. The black yak was furious. This donkey was actually imitating a cow to beg for mercy. It was truly asking for a beating. Woof, woof, woof. It's a misunderstanding. Brother Ox, We're from the same family. Please help me plead for mercy." The donkey was miserable. "Who's from the same family as you?" The black yak glared. Yellow Cow rubbed his forehead as if he had been defeated. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Where did they find this donkey? It was simply too spineless. The Manchurian tiger coughed dryly. After a series of explanations, Chu Feng was also convinced. It was said that when the black yak and the others caught up to it, this cowardly donkey didn't resist at all. It immediately knelt down and begged them not to kill it. It offered to be their mount of its own accord and willingly. According to the others, this donkey was as timid as a mouse. Although it was a king with 4 severed shackles, it didn't have the slightest bit of boldness and was crying as it begged for mercy. Chu Feng purposely scared it, saying, "You want me to roam the world on a donkey? Forget it. Why not eat it instead? Stewed black donkey meat is extremely fragrant." "Moo woof woof. I'm a gray donkey, not a black donkey. My meat isn't tasty. I beg for mercy." "Ah, I remember now. Peerless and great demon King Chu. I know of a king who's very suitable to be your mount." Chu Feng hadn't realized that this donkey was also a bootlicker. It had even used the words peerless and peerless in such a short time. "Which king is suitable?" Chu Feng asked. "The Golden Condor King, of course. He was one of the main forces that attacked you that night. He has severed his 5th shackle and is known as the Golden Condor King. He can fly at 4 times the speed of sound and is definitely faster than me." The Donkey King betrayed his comrades and was fairly spineless. He even told Chu Feng that the Golden Condor King was hiding on Mount Lu. In truth, the reason the 2 oxen and the Manchurian tiger had met up with Chu Feng here was because they had heard the Donkey King leak this information. They were prepared to capture the Golden Condor King. Chu Feng immediately recalled the golden-haired man who had attacked him with a long blade that night. The blade had even cut through his body and injured him. "Yes, that's the one." Chu Feng nodded. He then waved his hand and said, "Let's go to Mount Lu and capture that golden condor." Although the Golden Condor King wasn't as fast as him, it could fly. There were mountains and rivers in the way, and they would sometimes need to take a detour. Chu Feng might not be as fast as the Golden Condor King. "Very well, let's go take care of him." The Eastern Black Tiger bared his teeth. 4 times the speed of sound is much faster than an airplane. After capturing it, we can place a palace on its back. It'll be very comfortable. We can drink wine and enjoy delicacies while traveling. Just the thought of it is wonderful. It's simply a private, luxurious plane. The black yak sighed. Chu Feng nodded and laughed loudly. He was just about to go to the major corporations to collect debts. This Golden Condor King couldn't be any better. In the future, he wouldn't have to trouble old man Lu Tong to arrange flights for him. As for the Donkey King, the black yak finally accepted it as a mount. According to him, riding a donkey wasn't ordinary and possessed an immortal aura. Yellow Cattle was immediately disdainful after hearing these words. "Haven't you heard of old Zhang Guo riding a donkey? Donkey, let's go." The black yak immediately mounted it. Thump! But soon after, he was kicked off by Yellow Cattle, and his mount was snatched away. Chapter 269. Mount Lu was one of the 10 famed mountains of China. Additionally, Mount Lu was one of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and its status was extremely high. Recently, Mount Lu had attracted the attention of all parties. Although many kings had fought over it, no one had been able to claim it. At this moment, snow was swirling about like goose feathers, enveloping the entire place in silver and white. Without this blizzard, Mount Lu would be beautiful and majestic. There were countless lakes amidst the lush greenery, and the most famous of them all was the waterfall. The mountains and rivers intersected, creating a beautiful scenery. Purple smoke rose from the incense burner in the sunlight, and the waterfall hung in the distance. Such a scene could no longer be seen. There was snow everywhere, and even the waterfall had been frozen. Hee-haw, hee-haw, this snow is too heavy. This old donkey has lived for hundreds of years, but I've never seen such abnormal snow. The Donkey King bared his fangs, and his mouth was filled with white mist. He had calmed down because he knew he wouldn't be eaten by Chu Feng. His heart was completely at ease as he focused on being the yellow cattle's mount. The temperature plummeted as they entered the Mount Lu area. It was terrifyingly cold. Hey, how is this a goose feather snowstorm? It's clearly a human head snowstorm. The black yak let out an odd cry. The snowflakes falling from the sky were somewhat frightening. Some were even half a foot long and were smashing down on his head. Roar! The Manchurian tiger decided to revert to his true form. Only then would it be convenient for him to move forward. Otherwise, the snow here would be as tall as a person. This king has lived in the icy Siberia for many years, but I've never seen such thick snow, the Manchurian tiger complained. Donkey King, do you know where the Golden Condor King is? Quickly find a right place. This world of ice and snow isn't suitable for raiding bird nests, the black yak urged. The blizzard would rush in as soon as he opened his mouth. The wind was strong, and the snowflakes were everywhere. They flew into people's mouths and noses, making it difficult to open one's eyes. I only heard that there's a nest here. I don't know if it's hiding here. The Donkey King wasn't confident. The main peaks of Mount Lu, such as the Great Hanyang Peak and the Five Elders Peak, were all inaccessible and dangerous. However, the base of the mountain and the waist of the side peaks could be inhabited. I can't see the true face of Mount Lu because I'm on this mountain. I almost lost my way. The black yak was shivering from the cold. In the depths of Mount Lu, the temperature was 120 degrees below zero. It was bone-piercingly cold. If an ordinary person came here, it would be difficult for them to survive. Even a king-level entity would find it too cold. The Manchurian tiger said, Mount Lu was originally beautiful and lush. How did it end up like this? Do you guys think that this upheaval is good or bad? If this goes on, what kind of good fortune can there be? Those divine ancient trees will be frozen. How can they bloom and bear fruit? Even the yellow cattle didn't understand. Even though it came from another world and was very knowledgeable, it didn't understand the signs of changes in this world. It was uncertain. Silence. Chu Feng felt a wave of life force. It was extremely strong and rich. There was an extremely powerful creature in the ice and snow. The Donkey King seemed to have thought of something and said, There's an ancient tree near the waterfalls on Mount Lu that bears transformation fruits. Its strength is unfathomable. Chu Feng and the others were astonished. They had long since heard that the transformation fruit was born here on Mount Lu and grew from a 1,000-year-old tree. Who would have thought they would be able to see it today? In truth, although trees bearing transformation fruits were rare, this wasn't the only one. It was just that the old tree on Mount Lu was the most famous. That was because it was the first to bear transformation fruits and possessed terrifying strength. Even experts with 6 severed shackles wouldn't dare to provoke it. Let's go around it and not provoke it, the Manchurian tiger said. He had sensed that the old tree was definitely an expert with 6 severed shackles. Chu Feng didn't mind. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Finally, they avoided this area and arrived at the base of Mount Five Elders under the guidance of the donkey. There they saw a cave. The Donkey King extended a hoof and pointed to the front, indicating that it was there. I'll go first to prevent it from spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, Chu Feng said. His speed was extremely fast, and he could evade the divine instincts of king-level entities. He traversed 2 or 3 miles in a single leap and left no traces on the snow. He leapt onto the mountain wall and began to search through the cave after cave. Very soon, a furious cry was heard as a resplendent golden light erupted from within the mountain wall. The Golden Condor King had indeed been found and was hiding here. He let out a long whistle and did everything he could to resist. However, he was still sent flying by a single slap from Chu Feng. He crashed into the mountain wall and was sent tumbling through the snow. Chu Feng, the Golden Condor King, cried out loudly. The Golden Condor King cried out loudly. He was shocked, angry, and a bit scared. Just now, he had been dragged out of his nest, slapped on the back of his head, and thrown down the mountain. He wanted to fly away because he knew he wasn't Demon King Chu's match. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. The Manchurian tiger roared. As a fierce expert with 6 severed shackles, his roar was an earth-shattering sound wave technique that shook the Golden Condor King's blood and chi, causing him to cough up blood. That was because the Manchurian tiger wasn't kind at all. He could have grabbed the Golden Condor King with his claws, but all he did was roar at the Golden Condor King. The sound waves reverberated and caused the Golden Condor King to feel dizzy. Big Condor, you actually dared to surround and kill my brother. You even forced us to dig out your nest in the snow. You've committed a grave sin, yet you still want to run? Come down. The Black Yak let out a roar and soared into the air. He grabbed the Golden Condor King, who was just about to fly up, and dragged him down. Thump! The Black Yak took advantage of the situation and smashed the Golden Condor King with his fist, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. The Golden Condor King knew he was in deep trouble this time. He had no way to fly up and was completely suppressed. His lair had been destroyed, and he couldn't escape. Clang! He transformed into his human form and slashed at the Black Yak with a dazzling blade in his hand. As an expert with 5 severed shackles, he wanted to fight the Black Yak. Thump! On the stone wall, Chu Feng gave him a punch through the air, causing him to cough up blood. He then reverted to his true form with his golden feathers flying everywhere. There wasn't much to say at the moment. He would beat him up first and temper him a bit. That was because even ordinary people would have to temper their eagles. They would have to deal with him first and make him docile. The Golden Condor King cried out in anger. He was incomparably furious after being suppressed like this, even if it was Demon King Chu. He resisted with all his might and soared into the air once again. Thump! The Manchurian tiger attacked. His body was like a small mountain as he slapped the Golden Condor King down. The Golden Condor King rolled on the ground in pain. At this time, he suffered another blow. This time, it was a donkey's hoof. With a clang, it landed on his head, causing him to roll his eyes and almost faint. It was also at this time that he saw the Donkey King. "It's you." The Golden Condor King was furious. He flipped over and leapt up. He was truly furious. He immediately understood that it was this donkey who had led the way for Chu Feng and the others to find this place. Brother Condor, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The peerless demon King Chu wishes to invite you to come out of seclusion and conspire with us. The old donkey said in all seriousness. I attacked him from all sides and almost took his life. Do you think he'll let me go? The Golden Condor King suppressed his anger and didn't attack again. He didn't want to die despite his unyielding character. If he were to fight under such circumstances, he would die without a doubt. Demon King Chu alone was enough to crush him to death. Of course, even Demon King Chu has let me go, let alone a hero like the Golden Condor King, the old donkey replied. Speak the truth. I'm here to subdue you as a mount, Chu Feng spoke. He didn't want to be tricked by the old donkey. What conspire? There was no need to say such things. You're going too far. The Golden Condor King was furious. I don't want to waste words with you. I'm here to collect my debt. It's up to you whether you want to submit or not. If you do, you'll follow me from now on, and you'll receive many benefits. If you don't, then die. Chu Feng didn't want to say too much. The Golden Condor King was the main force that attacked him that night. If it wasn't for his outstanding flying ability, he would have blown him to smithereens long ago. Old Jean, take it easy. Don't let your anger burn your life away. I want to be Demon King Chu's mount, but he doesn't even want me. The Donkey King advised. You spineless coward. How many people don't know? I really didn't expect a cowardly rat like you to know my secret residence. You traitor. The Golden Condor King became angrier and angrier as he spoke. Do you want to die? Chu Feng's fist smashed down, sending the Golden Condor King flying once again with blood spurting out of his mouth. He had no chance to spread his wings and soar into the sky. He was completely suppressed here. Big Condor, we gave you a chance to live. Don't blame us for killing you if you don't grasp it, the Black Yak said coldly. He drew his violet saber with a clang and was about to slash down. Let me do it. I'll smash him to pieces with one slap. The Manchurian tiger said. Only Yellow Cattle was quiet and hadn't made a move since the beginning. The others had already attacked the Golden Condor King several times. Fellow Taoists, please show mercy. A fluctuation came from the distance. It was the old tree from the waterfall. He was actually transmitting his voice through the ice and snow. Little Condor, give in. I watched you grow up on Mount Lu. I can't bear to see you die like this, the old tree transmitted. Grandpa Tree, he wants to make me his mount. I refuse to accept this. The Golden Condor King was somewhat unyielding. It's better than dying. Moreover, you were the one who attacked him first. It's not something to be proud of. There's no point in saying whether you're willing or not. The old tree persuaded. Apparently, the old tree's words had a great impact on the Golden Condor King. In the end, he lowered his head in anger because he really didn't want to die. Chu Feng also didn't want to make things too difficult for him. I won't make things difficult for you. I won't treat you as a slave. You're free to do whatever you want except when carrying me on long journeys. As for whether the Golden Condor King wanted to escape, Chu Feng didn't care. If this Bird King really agreed and ran away, it would mean that he was destined to be killed the next time they met. In the end, the Golden Condor King carried Chu Feng's group into the sky and left the Mount Lu region. At first, Chu Feng wanted to visit the old tree, but was tactfully declined. He said that he was undergoing a tribulation and that the ice and snow were harmful to him. Moreover, there might be other disasters later on, and he didn't want to be distracted. Their destination, Hangzhou, Chu Feng's group set out on a road to collect debts and visited some major corporations. They arrived at Hangzhou in the middle of the night. The Westlake region was also covered in snow and ice. Westlake was no longer the same after the upheavals. It was extremely large with a radius of hundreds of kilometers and was separated from the city. The Archaic Alliance was located in Hangzhou. At night, Chu Feng's group settled down in Hangzhou and prepared to visit the Archaic Alliance the next morning. The human king they had captured on Mount Yinluo had already confessed that he was from the Archaic Alliance and had been pried open by professionals from the Hollow Jade Temple. That was why Chu Feng's first stop was here. He was going to make an example out of this corporation. In truth, the Jiangxi region was in a turbulent state and various matters had yet to settle down. For instance, the Peacock King and the Marine race were still there. Moreover, a good number of great demons from Mount Kunlun had also arrived. Additionally, the Hollow Jade Temple Master, the Wudong Grandmaster, the Golden Crow, and the Nine Lives Cat had also appeared. At first, Chu Feng wanted to meet these people, but he couldn't hold himself back. He rushed over immediately after finding out which of the human corporations were plotting against him. We'll collect debts from the corporations first, then we'll have a seafood feast. Roasted peacock and stewed golden crow. Let's thank the Wudong Grandmaster and the others, said Chu Feng. Being schemed against and plotted against by other human corporations made him furious. That was because these people were even more sinister and terrifying than the beast race. He had to get rid of them immediately. Early in the morning, it was a world of ice and snow in the direction of Westlake. Everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was covered in silvery whiteness. Meanwhile, the weather in the city area was sunny with a clear blue sky. It was warm and comfortable. In front of Skyscraper, Chu Feng arrived with his hands behind his back. This was the headquarters of the Archaic Alliance. I'm begging for your recommendation votes on Monday. If everyone has monthly votes, please support the Holy Ground. Chapter 270. This entire skyscraper belonged to the Archaic Alliance. Chu Feng strode forward. Mister, please halt. A 2-meter-tall uniformed security guard with cold eyes blocked Chu Feng's path. It was obvious that this was a powerful mutant. He expressionlessly told Chu Feng that this was private property and not open to the public. Hee-haw, we're not at the wrong place. We're here to collect a debt from the Archaic Alliance. The Donkey King spoke as though he was cursing. He was in human form and appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. He had a head of gray hair, a pair of long, pointed ears, and a mouth full of large teeth. His smile was especially wretched. The 2-meter-tall security guard glared at him. How could he speak like this? How could he call someone son the moment he opened his mouth? He suppressed his anger and emphasized that no one was allowed to approach without an appointment. It seems not everyone knows you. Yellow Cattle giggled as he glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't reply and simply walked forward. He was here today to collect a debt. He wouldn't bicker with the security guard in front of him. If he wanted to punish someone, it would be against the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance. Halt! The security guard's roar alarmed a group of black uniformed men. They rushed out of the building and surrounded Chu Feng's group. Chu Feng ignored them and continued walking forward. The Manchurian tiger and the black yak followed closely behind as they charged in. As they saw it, these mutants were no different from scarecrows. They might be powerful to ordinary people, but they were far inferior to king-level entities. "Are you courting death?" The head of the security guards roared. He swung a black stick in his hand and smashed it towards Chu Feng's face. Crack! The powerful arcs of electricity were many times more powerful than ordinary electric rods. Ordinary people would most likely lose their lives if they were struck. How tyrannical! Chu Feng said softly. He raised his left hand and pointed with a finger. With a tearing sound, a similar electric arc broke the black club and sent the 2-meter-tall man flying. This group of people had been secretly trained and had undergone long-term closed-door training. They were violent to their enemies. Not to mention that they did not know Chu Feng. Even if they knew him, they would still dare to attack him. The group of people roared and swung their black electric rods at the same time. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Chu Feng's body glowed, and in an instant, he sent them flying. He walked into the building with light steps. "How dare you come here and act presumptuously? All of you get down on the ground." There was a group of black-clothed men in the building. They were all armed with large-caliber guns. "Damn it, you guys really are an underground organization. Black Kingdom, how dare you use these things in the city? Are you lawless?" The black yak shouted from behind. He threw away the cigar that was as thick as a carrot in his mouth, and his face darkened. He unbuttoned his white shirt and adjusted his big sunglasses. White smoke began to come out of his mouth and nose as he prepared to make a move. Needless to say, his appearance was really intimidating. As a result, more than half of those people's guns were aimed at him. Bang, bang, bang. Additionally, these people were extremely violent. Some of them immediately opened fire at Chu Feng and the black yak, aiming to kill. Both Chu Feng and the black yak were astonished. This group of people dared to make a move in the city. They were truly unbridled and lawless. Although they knew that these corporations covered the sky with their hands and possessed terrifying power in their respective territories, this kind of tyranny had exceeded their expectations. Bastard! The black yak was furious. He transformed into a black gust of wind and spun his body as he kicked forward. The bullets were useless against his body. They only rang out with a tinkling sound as if he was an indestructible diamond. That person was sent flying like a rag doll when he kicked out. The others were just about to make their move when the Donkey King revealed his true form and shouted, "Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Huh!" His speed was simply too fast. He dashed through the area like a wisp of smoke and sent a large group of black-clothed men flying. All of them rolled on the ground with broken bones and torn tendons. Suddenly, the black yak was shocked, and his hair stood on end. He quickly rose into the air and pounced towards a certain direction. Chi! At the same time, Chu Feng tossed out his flying knife and tore apart a room. There was actually a laser weapon inside. This was too shocking. There was actually such a powerful weapon installed on the ground floor of a skyscraper in the city. This was truly shocking. Hee-haw! Hee-haw! You're all courting death. The Donkey King was also furious. He extended his 4 hooves and charged through the air with great ferocity. Together with the black yak, they destroyed all the installations on the ground floor. It really is an independent black kingdom. Chu Feng snorted coldly. It was at this time that the sound of high heels clacking against the ground was heard. A beautiful lady in a short skirt with long, snow-white legs walked over. Her hair was coiled up, her facial features were exquisite, and her eyes were long and narrow, as if they could speak. "Chu! Feng! Mr. Chu, this is truly unexpected. Who would have thought you'd come to our archaic alliance? My apologies. These people don't know the rules and have offended you. Please forgive us. This uniformed beauty was fairly polite and apologized repeatedly. She said that these black-clothed men had been undergoing closed-door training and had just been transferred over. This misunderstanding was caused because they didn't recognize Chu Feng. At the same time, she said that she would immediately notify the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance, and that they would rush over immediately. Her name was Li Liqiang. From the attitude of the black-clothed men and the people who had rushed over after hearing the news, one could tell that her status wasn't low. One shouldn't slap a smiling person. Chu Feng also didn't want to implicate the innocent. He wanted to find the person who had plotted against him. They stepped into the elevator and arrived at a large parlor on the 45th floor. There, they waited for the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance to arrive. There were also important personnel present. A young man with a gentle countenance and delicate features appeared. He was calm and low-key as he greeted them politely. He repeatedly apologized for the uncouth security guards. Li Liqiang introduced him as the young master of the Zhang family. His name was Zhang Cheng, one of the most important members of the Archaic Alliance. What young master? Isn't this a slap to my face? Brother Chu, you could just call me Zhang Cheng. If you're willing, you can call me brother. I'll be overwhelmed by your favor. Zhang Cheng was fairly humble. Chu Feng looked at him in a simple and direct manner. No matter how low-key or polite the other party was, he only had one sentence. He was here to collect a debt. Zhang Cheng was astonished. He then seemed to come to a realization. Could it be that Uncle Lu's disappearance has something to do with the king level hunting down Brother Chu? The Uncle Lu he was referring to was the human king Chu Feng had captured at Mount Yinluo, Lu Ziheng. Chu Feng revealed a cold smile. How does the Archaic Alliance want to give me an explanation? Imperceptibly, he began to emit a wave of killing intent. Back in Jiangxi, a group of king-level experts had encircled him twice. The human king-level experts were even more sinister than the beast race. At Mount Yinluo, the Peacock King wanted to flee, but Lu Ziheng and another human king tried their best to dissuade him. They roped in the other kings and said that they had to kill Chu Feng no matter what. It could be said that the corporate powers were even more ruthless than the beast race. They were bent on killing Chu Feng. Zhang Cheng was both astonished and puzzled. How could Uncle Lu do such a thing? We had no idea at all. Chu Feng didn't say anything. The black yak and a Manchurian tiger also wore cold expressions. If it's true that Uncle Lu has done such a heart-wrenching thing, we definitely won't tolerate it. We must punish him severely and give Brother Chu a satisfactory explanation. Punish? Will he be able to return alive? The black yak said with a gloomy expression. It's our fault for such a thing to happen. No matter what, the Archaic Alliance must give Brother Chu an explanation. Zhang Cheng sighed with a regretful expression. Li Liqiang whispered that some of the Archaic Alliance's higher-ups had arrived. Chu Feng stood in front of the parlor's window and gazed into the distance. This was the 45th floor and was directly facing Westlake. That place was covered in snow and wind, but here, it was as if it were midsummer. It was truly a marvelous sight. Four old men pushed open the door and entered. One of them was Zhang Cheng's uncle, Zhang Yuanhang. The old men were shocked when they heard about this matter on the way here. They had no idea that Lu Ziheng had acted on his own and actually done such a thing. Zhang Yuanhang was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing and looked quite spirited. However, his attitude was quite low and he kept apologizing profusely, saying that he was willing to compensate Chu Feng. No matter what, Lu Ziheng is a king-level expert we invited. The Archaic Alliance is willing to bear part of the responsibility for his actions behind our backs. The other three elders also expressed their apologies. Chu Feng watched with cold eyes, as if he wasn't involved in this matter. He didn't say a single word because he had long since investigated this matter. Lu Ziheng had already confessed that it was someone from the Archaic Alliance who had invited him to take action. Moreover, it was the Zhang family. These people were still trying to shift the blame onto others, as if they were innocent. The Manchurian tiger sneered. Then hand over the magical weapons first. Also, hand over the breathing technique. This, we really don't have it. Although our archaic alliance has some treasures, we don't have such a thing. Zhang Yuanang sighed. A cold smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. Back then, a human king had brought out a magical weapon like the violet gold lightning hammer to kill him. This was enough to prove the wealth of the corporations. How could they not have it? The Black Yak's expression was gloomy. He felt that although the archaic alliance was apologizing, it lacked sincerity. Moreover, they seemed to be relying on themselves. How do you want to resolve this matter? Yellow Cattle asked directly. From now on, everyone here is an esteemed guest of our archaic alliance. We will do our best to assist you if you need our help. An old man said as he wrote out a check on the spot. Chu Feng glanced at the number and saw a string of zeros behind it. It was a whole billion. For ordinary people, this was an astonishing sum that they wouldn't be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. But Chu Feng was as calm as an ancient well, because any king-level entity he killed would be even more expensive. The Black Yak's expression immediately sank. Are you looking down on my brother? A peerless expert's life is only worth $1 billion? Are you trying to use money to drive us away? Brother Chu, if you think it's too little, we'll add on a larger sum. We'll do our best to satisfy everyone. The old man was about to write out another check when he explained, Lu Ziheng's actions really have nothing to do with us. He might have said some nonsense to protect himself and drag us down with him, but we've been wronged. Zhang Yuanheng also expressed that the Archaic Alliance would investigate the matter thoroughly and capture all those who had facilitated Lu Ziheng's actions. Zhang Cheng spoke. Brother Chu, please calm down. We're also helpless in this matter. But don't worry, we'll definitely help you vent your anger. Don't be angry. His expression was sincere as he lowered his stance and bowed apologetically to Chu Feng. Even the old men bowed repeatedly, begging for his forgiveness. It was at this time that Chu Feng's communicator rang. It was old man Lu Tong calling. Chu Feng sighed. I don't know what to say. Lu Tong seemed to be in a difficult position. Say it. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Chu Feng walked away from the parlor and spoke to him. The Archaic Alliance found me and asked me to advise you not to deal with them, Lu Tong said. The Archaic Alliance possessed remarkable abilities and immediately contacted Lu Tong. Especially just now, they tried to persuade him in every possible way, asking him to stop Chu Feng and help him. Their hands are really long. They've already interfered with the Hollow Jade Temple and even want you to restrain me. Old man, do you really care about their attitude? Chu Feng's eyes were cold. The Archaic Alliance had eyes and ears everywhere. Did they really think they could change his mind just by using their connections? I refused at first, but the Temple Master personally contacted me and asked me to help them once, Lu Tong reported. He was feeling quite distressed. The Hollow Jade Temple Master? Chu Feng was astonished. What relationship did this peerless expert have with the Archaic Alliance? Lu Tong sighed. It said that the Temple Master owes them a favor. Back then, the Archaic Alliance had gifted him a fist manual containing an astonishing breathing technique. Chu Feng hung up and walked back with a cold expression. These people were truly capable. Not only did they find Lu Tong, but they also invited the Hollow Jade Temple Master. Seeing him return like this, a glint flashed in the depths of Zhang Yuanhong's eyes. Chu Feng sat down without saying a word. Although he didn't make things difficult for them, he had no intention of leaving, either. Following which, the Archaic Alliance's attitude became even more subdued. No one could find any fault with them. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng's communicator rang. He glanced at it and was pleasantly surprised. After picking up the call, he said respectfully, Uncle, don't worry. We'll settle this perfectly. Ah, Brother Chu is indeed here. Very well, I'll give him the communicator. At this time, the Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the Donkey King were all startled. Who was on the other end of the communicator? They heard the voice and felt that the person's aura was quite strong. Zhang Cheng walked over and said to Chu Feng in a soft voice, It's really unexpected that Uncle Yuan would personally ask me about this matter after finding out about it. Following which, he told Chu Feng that Uncle Yuan was the Hollow Jade Temple Master and that he was the one who had called him. This shocked the Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others. Chu Feng took the communicator and heard the gentle voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. "Little Chu, how about you do me a favor?" As expected, the Hollow Jade Temple Master had personally called Chu Feng to ask for leniency on behalf of the Archaic Alliance, asking Chu Feng to let them off. Chapter 271. Everyone in the parlor was looking at Chu Feng. Those from the Archaic Alliance knew what was going on and were somewhat nervous. Chu Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "Very well." He promised to leave and not touch the Archaic Alliance. He was a person who would repay kindness. He had thought of many things during his hesitation just now. His parents were under their protection at the Hollow Jade Temple. Additionally, the Hollow Jade Temple Master had stood up and supported him along with the Wudong Grandmaster when he was in danger. Now that the other party was asking him to do them a favor, Chu Feng found it difficult to refuse. Even though he wanted to wipe out the Archaic Alliance and the Zhang family, he still held back. But there wouldn't be a second time. Would the Hollow Jade Temple Master stop him next time? Chu Feng was also helping the Hollow Jade Temple on normal days. He had flattened mountains and destroyed strongholds, killed some tyrannical beast race experts, and now he had intimidated the various kings. Not only was he making contributions, but he was also returning a favor. "Let's go." He was quite straightforward. After hanging up, he stood up and walked out. Zhang Yuanhang immediately relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Brother Chu, we really didn't expect things to turn out this way. We'll definitely compensate you," Zhang Cheng said with a sincere expression. A glint flashed through the eyes of the elders. This result couldn't be better. Otherwise, the Archaic Alliance would be in chaos if this Demon King were to display his might. Chu Feng didn't reply and left immediately. "He's leaving just like that." The Black Yak was extremely unhappy. The Archaic Alliance had evil intentions. They had sent people to hunt down Chu Feng with the beast race. How could they let him off just like that? The Manchurian Tiger also felt stifled. He had never encountered such a situation before. Although he had always lacked integrity, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to feel vexed. It was just that Chu Feng didn't say anything and left just like that. They couldn't dissuade him either. Hee-haw, hee-haw. The Donkey King was the last to leave. He cried for a while before leaving behind a group of people with dark expressions. After taking the elevator to the ground floor of the building, the Black Yak couldn't help but say, "They wanted to take your life, but the Hollow Jade Temple Master let it go just like that? Damn it, I really want to rush up and kill them. This group of people seem kind and are constantly apologizing, but it's all fake. Just from the fact that they invited the Hollow Jade Temple Master to suppress you, it's obvious that they're not good people." The Black Yak was furious and extremely unwilling. He even wanted Chu Feng to withdraw from the Hollow Jade Temple. The Manchurian Tiger also nodded and said, "That makes a lot of sense. We'll withdraw from the Hollow Jade Temple and join hands to conquer a famed mountain. We'll occupy the mountain and become the Divine King. We'll be free and unfettered. Which bastard would dare to interfere? I won't give face to anyone." Even Yellow Cattle agreed and said, "That makes sense. It's more comfortable to occupy a famed mountain. There's no need to worry about manpower. We can call a group of brothers from Mount Kunlun. This old donkey also supports this. Why should he suffer in the Hollow Jade Temple? What right does he have to make the Supreme Demon King Chu give up on his vengeance with a single word from the Hollow Jade Temple Master? Why should he let his mortal enemy live on?" The Donkey King also spoke. Only the human form Golden Condor King remained silent. Although he had been subdued, there was still a knot in his heart, and he wasn't willing to speak. It was at this time that the beautiful lady wearing a short skirt and revealing a pair of snow-white legs, Li Liqiong, chased after Chu Feng. Her eyes were long and beautiful, and her voice was gentle as she said, "Mr. Chu, please wait." She had actually delivered a check. It was the same one from before, and it was a whole billion. Chu Feng suddenly turned back and snorted coldly. The check that had been handed over turned into powder on the spot. He stared fixedly at the lady and said, "You guys are on your own. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Are you trying to humiliate my brother?" The black yak flipped out. "Which of the beast kings my brother has killed isn't worth more than that stupid check?" The Manchurian tiger also roared, "Let's go." Chu Feng left in large strides. Within the guest room on the 45th floor of the skyscraper, the old men looked at each other and laughed. They no longer tried to hide their emotions and relaxed. The hollow jade temple master's golden signboard is indeed heavy. Even that demon king Chu retreated without saying a word. Zhang Yuanhang had a smile on his face. The other three old men also laughed heartily. At this time, Zhang Cheng straightened his back and raised his head. He was no longer low-key and gentle. His sharp edges were revealed, and his eyes were filled with a profound divine light. His temperament was completely different from before. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "We've finally sent him away." Chu Feng and the others immediately left Hangzhou. They didn't stay here for long, but they didn't go very far either. They stopped about 250 kilometers away and had the Golden Condor land. "Are we really going to let it go just like that?" The black yak was unconvinced. "Let's wait for a while. Since the hollow jade temple master has spoken, I'll do him a favor. But there won't be a next time," Chu Feng said. Before long, Lu Tong contacted him. The old man felt quite guilty and was feeling quite distressed. Lu Tong told Chu Feng that he would have Lu Ziheng killed and wouldn't hand him over to the Archaic Alliance. Oh, they still want this human king back and want him to return safely? Chu Feng was surging with killing intent. The Archaic Alliance's appetite was simply too big. Lu Ziheng had personally gone to Jiangxi to kill Chu Feng and was captured. The Zhang family of the Archaic Alliance wasn't satisfied and wanted him back. "We give them an inch and they want a foot." Chu Feng didn't even cause trouble for them, but they still want the culprit back? The Manchurian tiger was increasingly furious. Just kill him. Why do they want to release him? Slit his neck. The Donkey King was a spineless coward, but he also cried out at this time. Chu Feng gave it some thought and said to Lu Tong, "You should be a good person to the end. Send him back to the Archaic Alliance and return him to them." "Hey, brat, what kind of angry word are you saying? Just wait. I'll help you kill him in a while," Lu Tong said. Chu Feng stopped him and said, "Don't kill him. Just send him back. I'm serious and not speaking out of anger." Lu Tong was puzzled and somewhat dumbfounded. Why would he let such an enemy go? Aren't I returning the favor to the hollow jade temple? If I do it thoroughly, the temple master won't come looking for me next time, right? Chu Feng said. Sigh. Lu Tong sighed. He knew that this time, he had indeed made Chu Feng uncomfortable. But he soon realized that this brat wouldn't allow such an enemy to live even if he was angry. He must be scheming something. "Brat, what are you trying to do?" He couldn't help but ask. Chu Feng said, "Old man, you should pay attention these days. See if there are people looking for you like the Archaic Alliance did and ask for your help. You want to follow the clues and find the remaining corporations?" Lu Tong's eyes narrowed. Chu Feng nodded. After seeing the Archaic Alliance resolve this crisis with a favor, there might be others who will do the same. He then added, telling Lu Tong to leak the news that Lu Tong had done the Archaic Alliance a great favor by resolving this crisis. "Are you trying to make people think that I'm omnipotent?" "Yes. Downplay the role of the Hollow Jade Temple Master and emphasize that it was your doing." After a brief exchange, Chu Feng ended the call. "Brat, you're not touching the Archaic Alliance today. Apart from giving the Hollow Jade Temple Master face, you're also casting a net, aren't you?" The black yak glared at him. "Yes, I'll give it a try." Chu Feng didn't deny it. He then said, "Regarding these corporations, I plan to visit them one by one. It won't be good if I don't have any evidence. Let's see if I can catch a big fish this time." News spread over the next 2 days. Chu Feng had visited the Archaic Alliance, but retreated in the end. He didn't dare touch this corporation. This caused an uproar. Some corporations had plotted against Demon King Chu and encircled him together with the beast race. Chu Feng had sent a punitive expedition, but returned without any results. Forcing Demon King Chu into retreat, The archaic alliance is truly extraordinary. Someone sighed. What do you guys know? It said that Lu Tong from the Hollow Jade Temple appeared to obstruct Chu Feng and did him a favor. Only then did the matter drop. Pretending to know when you don't. The truth is that the archaic alliance is omnipotent. They were acquainted with the Hollow Jade Temple Master and asked him to intimidate them. Only then did Chu Feng leave. All kinds of news spread out in a short period. The archaic alliance's foundations were truly astonishing. They actually had such a close relationship with the Hollow Jade Temple. Doubtlessly, Chu Feng's prestige was weakened during this storm. He went to visit them to denounce their crimes, but in the end he was asked to come to the Hollow Jade Temple Master's aid, forcing him to retreat. Those who didn't know the truth thought that he was afraid of Lu Tong and the Hollow Jade Temple Master. During these 2 days, the major corporations also interacted with each other. As for their descendants, they formed their own little circles. Zhang Cheng was frequently asked by his friends about the specific situation. At first, he was quite modest and didn't want to talk too much. He only mentioned that the enmity between the Archaic Alliance and Chu Feng had been resolved and that it was all a misunderstanding. But in the end, he got drunk and revealed everything. His words were somewhat presumptuous as he boasted to the other corporate descendants. He said that this so-called Demon King Chu was nothing and that the Zhang family had directly contacted the Hollow Jade Temple Master to suppress Chu Feng on the spot, forcing him to retreat with his tail between his legs. He didn't dare speak a single word about this matter. These kinds of words eventually spread out. These rumors were, without a doubt, not good news for Chu Feng. After the news spread, even Zhang Luoshan called Chu Feng directly to inquire about what had happened. It's nothing much. I only did the Hollow Jade Temple a favor and didn't attack the Archaic Alliance. But I'm going to start a massacre soon. It can't be that every corporation has a good relationship with the Hollow Jade Temple. Help me ask around. It should be like this, right? Zhang Luoshan fell into a daze after hearing Chu Feng's words. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Don't tell me you want me to pass the message." She thought of something and trembled all over. "If you treat me as a friend, do as you see fit," Chu Feng said and hung up. On the 3rd day, Lu Tong went to look for Chu Feng. "There's news of the old man, right? Who's looking for you?" Chu Feng asked. Lu Tong was at a loss for a moment before sighing. "There's really a big fish." "Which one?" "The Extraterrestrial Research Institute," Lu Tong informed. He sighed lightly and explained the details. The Extraterrestrial Research Institute didn't just look for Lu Tong, but also the 8 Visions Temple Master. They had once gifted him a small 5-story pagoda. Back then, they didn't know its use, but now it was confirmed that it was an extremely powerful magical weapon. The 8 Visions Temple Master owed them a great favor. The Extraterrestrial Research Institute had asked the 8 Visions Temple Master to mediate and imitate the Archaic Alliance's request to the Hollow Jade Temple Master. Could it be that the Hollow Jade Temple, 8 Visions Temple, and roaming Jade Temple Masters all have an unclear relationship with those corporations? Chu Feng asked. Lu Tong felt somewhat helpless. The 8 Visions Temple Master had spoken to him before and understood the situation. "All right, old man, don't be embarrassed. Let's pull in the net. It's enough that we've caught a big fish this time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that the Extraterrestrial Research Institute would also take action. It's quite different from what I expected." Chu Feng was surging with killing intent. He wasn't going to wait any longer and was about to take action. "Calm down, don't act recklessly." Lu Tong was worried. "I won't act recklessly, but they will bleed." Chu Feng hung up. "Let's go to Hangzhou." He called out to the Black Yak and the Manchurian Tiger. "Didn't you sell the Hollow Jade Temple Master a favor and not touch the Archaic Alliance?" The Black Yak asked. Chu Feng replied coldly. "I said I wouldn't touch them that day, but 3 days have already passed. Moreover, that Zhang Cheng was boasting to others, and his words were quite disrespectful. He said I didn't dare touch the Zhang family and could only retreat with my tail between my legs. Since he dared to provoke a king-level expert like this, I have every reason to visit and kill him without mercy." Lu Ziheng had been recuperating for the past 3 days. He was deeply moved. He had participated in the assassination of Demon King Chu and was able to return after being captured. It could be considered that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Many people came to visit him, all of them friends and acquaintances. There was no lack of secret visits from kings. So what if it's Demon King Chu? He was helpless against the Archaic Alliance and had to release me. This was something he was very proud of. He was quite flamboyant when talking to his friends. But he regretted it after saying these words, because someone had actually spread the news. He had been feeling uneasy for the past 3 days. Today, his eyelids were twitching as he suddenly opened his eyes in fear. Was this the intuition of a king? He got up and wanted to escape from Hangzhou and the Archaic Alliance. However, he was immediately dumbfounded because a young man had appeared in the room and was looking at him mercilessly. Chu Feng, how did you get in here? He cried out in alarm. This was the Archaic Alliance's building. The entire 28th floor was where he rested and cultivated. Yet, Chu Feng had actually entered without a sound. I came openly and above board, Chu Feng replied. Don't kill me. Lu Ziheng's face turned pale when he saw Chu Feng again. He couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance because he knew the disparity between the two was too great. Give me a reason not to kill you. Chu Feng was cold and indifferent. He then said, Don't worry, you won't die silently. Everyone will know you were killed by me. The next moment, a head fell to the ground. Following this, Chu Feng set out and headed straight for the Zhang family. They didn't live in this building, but rather in a villa district. Chu Feng, Zhang Cheng cried out in astonishment. Very soon, the others were alarmed as they discovered the uninvited guest. Do you still need someone to plead for mercy? Oh, I'm wrong. It's to suppress me. You can contact them as much as you want. I want to see if they'll really stand up for you. Chu Feng stood in the hall and looked at Zhang Cheng and the others. He wasn't in a rush to attack and was giving them time to find someone. The Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others were all within the villa district and had surrounded the area. You're too slow, Chu Feng said. With a puff, he directly cut off Zhang Cheng's head. He then glanced at Zhang Yuanhang and said, Do you want to contact some major characters personally? Do it quickly. I don't have much time to wait. At this time, Zhang Yuanhang's face was incomparably pale. Chapter 272. Zhang Yuanhang's face was ashen as he retreated continuously. Brother Chu Feng, let's talk this out. Don't be rash. Zhang Cheng's death before his eyes terrified him greatly. His entire body was trembling from head to toe. Normally, a single word from him could decide the life and death of others, but it was always his subordinates who carried out his orders. He had never seen blood himself. Now that his nephew had died before his eyes, his scalp went numb. My patience is limited and I don't have much time. Do you still want to contact a major character to suppress me? Chu Feng's voice was calm as he reminded him carelessly. Zhang Yuanhang was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. He was usually calm and dignified, but now he was flustered. He hurriedly took out his communicator. Just now, his nephew had been killed by the Demon King because he was too slow. He didn't want to die. Zhang Yuanhang's fingers were trembling as he searched for a person in his communicator. His face was pale and his lips were pale. He wanted to contact the Hollow Jade Temple Master to help him out of this predicament. He had heard many rumors regarding Chu Feng. He was incomparably ferocious and could kill beast kings as if they were weeds. Ordinary kings simply couldn't stop him. You're not convinced and want to find someone to suppress me? Chu Feng's lips curled into an indifferent smile. He glanced at Zhang Yuanhang's communicator and found a person named Yuan. Zhang Yuanhang regretted his actions. He really shouldn't have provoked this person. He thought he had successfully suppressed Chu Feng last time and resolved all future troubles. Who would have thought this Demon King would kill his way into his home in just 3 days? This caused him to tremble in fear. You're still too slow, Chu Feng said as a crystalline onyx-like flying knife appeared. The scarlet flying knife spun around and chopped off his head. I really shouldn't have provoked this person. Zhang Yuanhang was incomparably regretful. His heart was filled with fear as he died, just like that. As a high-ranking member of the Archaic Alliance, he could decide the life and death of others with a single word. Who would have thought he would be so weak and disdainful one day? There were others from the Zhang family who couldn't restrain their anger. Some of them roared, wanting to take Chu Feng down with them. Be careful, the Zhang family is quite ruthless. There are all kinds of great weapons here, the Black Yak reminded. There are laser weapons, rocket launchers, and so on in this villa district. It was simply an arsenal, and it left people dumbfounded. However, the Zhang family didn't even have the time to move. The Black Yak, the Donkey King, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others were all here. They moved as fast as lightning and uprooted all the strongholds. Chu Feng, are you going to exterminate us all? An aged voice rang out. The Zhang family actually had a king-level expert. A silver-haired old man walked out with a powerful aura. He was an expert with 5 severed shackles and was also the strongest expert in the Archaic Alliance. In reality, this was hidden from the public. Very few people knew that there was such an old fellow whose strength had reached this level. This was Zhang Yuanhang's father. 21 years ago, he had the opportunity to become a mutant. I have no enmity with your Zhang family, yet you're bent on taking my life. Could it be related to you? Chu Feng asked. Your breathing technique can even tempt peerless experts, not to mention others. I definitely won't be the last person to covet it. The Zhang family elder's eyes shot out beams of silver light. Even in the face of danger, his aura was still strong. However, he admitted that sending people to hunt down Chu Feng was a miscalculation. The silver-haired elder wanted to negotiate with Chu Feng. As long as he let them go, the Archaic Alliance would do their best to support Chu Feng in the future. The famed mountains of the world are covered in snow. An unprecedented upheaval is about to arrive. With the help of our Zhang family and the Archaic Alliance, we'll definitely be able to help you conquer a famed mountain. The silver-haired elder believed that the famed mountains had yet to recover and would be incomparably useful in the future. Only by occupying one of them would one be able to establish a foothold. So much so that he predicted that the first thing the extraterrestrials would do after descending would be to fight for famed mountains. Only by occupying a famed mountain will we be able to negotiate with the powerful beings of the other worlds and obtain more benefits. This will allow us to rise. The silver-haired elder's eyes were burning. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can obtain everything you've mentioned myself, Chu Feng said indifferently, his killing intent pervading the air. I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to take that step. Don't force me. The silver-haired elder's expression was gloomy. The Black Yak walked in and said, hand over the breathing technique. We also want to take a look at the one the Archaic Alliance gave to the hollow Jade Temple Master. No. The silver-haired elder shook his head. Then what's the use of keeping you? Go to hell. The Black Yak was furious. Chu Feng shot out the scarlet flying knife, which tore the villa apart. Then let's die together. The silver-haired elder roared angrily. He was like a silver lion. He had long since known that this young man was powerful and had foreseen this outcome. There was an old and yellowed piece of paper in his hand. There were some Buddhist symbols on it, and every stroke was emitting a blinding light. It was as though tadpole characters were swimming on the withered paper. He was activating it with all his might, pouring all of his essence, energy, and spirit into it. He wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. Chu Feng didn't understand the power of this piece of paper, but he couldn't allow the elder to activate it. The flying knife arrived in front of him at lightning speed, wanting to chop off his arm. The silver-haired elder shifted his body to the side and evaded the attack. He was confident that he could activate this Buddhist paper, but he didn't know if it could really take Chu Feng's life. A stream of blood gushed out from his shoulder. He let out a muffled groan and staggered backward. His arm fell limply to the ground. Behind the window, Yellow Ox revealed his young and tender face. He activated a small silver spear the length of a chopstick and broke the old man's shoulder blade, preventing him from pouring his energy into the yellow paper. Back in Shuntian, The Preaching Research Institute had given this silver spear and the jade containing the demon flood dragon fist to Chu Feng in order to appease his anger. Chu Feng had long since obtained a flying knife, so he gave the silver spear to Yellow Cattle. Swoosh! With a flash of sword radiance, Chu Feng decapitated the elder. His figure flickered as he grabbed the old paper in his hand. After he stopped pouring energy into it, it gradually dimmed down. What a waste. He doesn't even know how to use it. Yellow Cattle jumped in and looked at the silver-haired elder with disdain. I can't accept this. The silver-haired elder died with a look of resentment on his face. This is the Arhut Talisman, a type of magical weapon. It's a consumable item made by ancient evolved beings. According to Yellow Cattle, this was like a fuse. Once activated, it would be equivalent to igniting. It could draw on the free energy of heaven and earth and cause it to collide violently, producing a terrifying explosion. Now that they had forcefully disrupted the talisman, it could still be used. Yellow Cattle held it in his hand and observed it in detail. This should be made by an evolved golden Arhut. There's even a mark on it. Its power isn't bad. It should be able to kill an entity with 6 severed shackles if it were to explode. Chu Feng, the Manchurian tiger, and the Donkey King were all astonished. How can an old piece of paper, a consumable, kill a top-grade expert? The golden Arhut lineage isn't simple. They're extremely powerful. Even a crude product can be fatal to those at the shackled realm, said Yellow Cattle. He was observing the talismans on the yellow paper. Unfortunately, they were all Buddhist characters, and he couldn't understand them. Unfortunately, it's not the work of a Bodhisattva-level evolved being. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Even a simple item made casually would be incomparably terrifying. Chu Feng and the others were moved after hearing this. They were somewhat yearning. What level is a Bodhisattva-level evolved being at? Asked the Manchurian tiger. Let's not think too much for the time being. It's difficult to even surpass the shackled realm at present. It won't be too late to think about these things when we can obtain the fortune of becoming a saint ancestor here. Following which, Chu Feng hypnotized them. After obtaining enough useful information from the mouths of the living, he shot out his flying knife and killed over 10 men in one go. They were all direct descendants of the Zhang family and had reasons to be killed. For instance, there were those who had plotted to eliminate Chu Feng and those who had colluded with the beast race in secret. However, he didn't kill the innocent. There were many women and children here, and Chu Feng simply couldn't bring himself to do it. With a wave of his hand, all of them fainted. The Zhang family's underground treasury was opened. Yellow Cattle picked through the items and was pleasantly surprised to find 3 more golden Arhut talismans. Although they were the crudest items made by ancient evolved beings, they were still very useful. Yellow Cattle was delighted. His exquisite face was full of smiles. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any breathing techniques or fist manuals. Let's go to the Archaic Alliance's building, said Chu Feng. That was because he had already learned from hypnotizing the Zhang family that the Archaic Alliance's treasury was under the building in Hangzhou. That was the most important place. The Zhang family was one of the most important members of the Archaic Alliance. Their words held great authority, but even they couldn't represent the entire organization. Their speed was extremely fast. They arrived within moments and rushed straight for the sealed treasury. This was the Archaic Alliance's collection and was of utmost importance. There was a terrifying security system here, but everything was disintegrated in front of a peerless expert. Even the alloy walls several meters away were torn apart by Chu Feng's fists and flying knife. As for the self-destruct mechanism, they had all been dealt with in advance. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of strange items. There was even half a flying saucer that the Archaic Alliance had dug out from some ruins. Yellow Cattle searched along the way and frowned. He had indeed found some items left behind by ancient, evolved beings. Unfortunately, they were all broken and useless. There's no fist manual. They were disappointed. Don't worry, I'll teach you the Xingyi fist later. There's a breathing technique inside. Chu Feng consoled the 2 oxen. Finally, Yellow Cattle's eyes lit up. He had found a Buddhist staff. It was dull and lusterless, but it was suffused with Buddhist light and a divine aura when activated. This was an extraordinary magical weapon. This trip wasn't made in vain. This is a good item. Yellow Cattle's beautiful face was full of smiles. They guessed that the Archaic Alliance must have dug up some Buddhist ruins to have such a collection. In the end, the Buddhist staff was given to the Black Yak. He beamed with joy and beamed with joy. Lu Ziheng had been beheaded. All the important members of the Zhang family had been annihilated, and the Archaic Alliance's treasury had been dug up. This was bound to shake the world. Chapter 273. The Black Yak was extremely excited along the way. He held the Buddhist staff in his hand and shook it, causing the bronze rings hanging upon it to jingle. The sounds were crisp and pleasing to the ears as Buddhist light rippled out. Something's not right. The power isn't that great. The Black Yak was puzzled. The Buddhist staff was as thick as an arm and very heavy. It was indeed glowing after injecting energy into it, but that was all. It didn't erupt with the destructive power they had imagined. This is also the reason the Archaic Alliance sealed it. Ordinary people can't activate it. Only those who understand the Buddhist breathing technique can do so, Yellow Ox informed. The Black Yak's eyes lit up after hearing this. He immediately circulated the thunderous breathing technique. Although it was incomplete, it was enough. With a boom, incomparably terrifying light filled the air. The area within hundreds of meters seemed to have turned into a Buddhist kingdom as golden waves spread out. The Donkey King, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others were all astonished. This was especially true for the vague silhouette of an ancient evolved being, the Golden Arhut, behind the Black Yak. It was completely golden and possessed a dignified appearance. It was extremely astonishing. The Golden Condor King, who was hurrying along, trembled in fear. The Black Yak exhaled and waved his Buddhist staff with all his might, smashing it toward a towering mountain in front of him. In the end, accompanied by the sound of Buddhist chanting and the illumination of Buddhist light, the mountain was blasted apart as soon as it arrived. The top half of the mountain melted and poured down like magma. Not to mention the Black Yak. Even people at the level of Chu Feng and the Manchurian Tiger were dumbfounded. The energy erupting from the Buddhist staff was a bit too ferocious. The Golden Condor King's feathers stood on end. He almost tumbled down because the energy surging around him was too terrifying. I'm gonna be sucked dry. I'm so tired. The Black Yak suddenly sat down on the Golden Condor's back like a deflated balloon. His entire body was devoid of energy, and even the hand holding the Buddhist staff was trembling. That attack just now had drained all his energy. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. This magical weapon is indeed extraordinary. If used well, that attack just now should be enough to kill an expert with 6 severed shackles. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. The Manchurian Tiger nodded repeatedly. He was so envious that his saliva was almost flowing out of his mouth. It was only because he was brothers with the Black Yak that they had developed a certain level of friendship. If it was someone else, this unscrupulous tiger would definitely snatch it away. This thing is extraordinary after all. Its level is very high, which is why Old Black's entire body's energy was sucked out, Yellow Cattle said. It could even be said that this Buddhist staff was stronger than Chu Feng's flying sword, purple gold thunderhammer, and Yellow Cattle's silver spear. It was the best dermic armament discovered at this stage. Yellow Cattle asserted that the attack just now could indeed kill an expert with 6 severed shackles, but the prerequisite was that the attack would hit. In particular, it consumed too much energy. If it couldn't hit the enemy, it would undoubtedly die, because after a single strike, it would have no strength left. "Let me try," Chu Feng said. Both he and Yellow Cattle had grasped an incomplete version of the thunderous breathing technique. Even the Black Yak had been taught by them. That was why Chu Feng could activate the Buddhist staff. Boom! Buddhist light illuminated the area within a radius of hundreds of meters, turning it into a Buddhist kingdom. Terrifying fluctuations surged forth. A golden Arhut appeared behind Chu Feng. He looked as if he was cast from gold and was very indistinct. As he waved the Buddhist staff, a grand Buddhist chant rang out. Boom! Below, the remaining half of the mountain collapsed, melted, and then evaporated, immediately disappearing. This scene once again shocked the group and left them dumbfounded. The Golden Condor King couldn't take it anymore. He simply couldn't stand this kind of fluctuation. He was worried that the staff on his back would accidentally smash into his own body. Chu Feng's body swayed, and he quickly sat down cross-legged. Even someone as strong as him couldn't bear it, and had been drained of all his energy. The level of this Buddhist staff was too high. Experts at this stage could only activate it once. He inhaled and exhaled large mouthfuls of heaven and earth essence, circulating the breathing technique to replenish his energy. Moments later, he recovered. His foundation was strong enough that he could quickly recover even if his energy was depleted. This thing is a great killing weapon. The two of you can't fight against peerless experts at the moment. It's just right for you to use it to protect yourselves, Chu Feng said to the two oxen. He himself could fight against peerless experts and didn't need the Buddhist staff to protect him. In truth, the power of the Buddhist staff had exceeded Yellow Cattle's expectations. It wasn't suitable for a single person to activate it, because using it all at once would cause one's energy to be exhausted. The two oxen both knew the thunderous breathing technique and were usually together. This Buddhist staff was very suitable for them. Seeing the Manchurian tiger drooling in envy in his eyes, turning red, Chu Feng laughed and said, Brother Tiger, since you didn't want to rush all the way from Mount Kunlun to support me, I won't treat you unfairly. What are you going to give me? The tiger immediately became spirited and broke into laughter. I'm going to give you a big gift, but the condition is that you don't betray me without integrity, Chu Feng warned. This fellow had defected from the Western camp to come here. The Manchurian tiger became anxious after hearing this. How can that be? I've always been a tiger of the East. Back then, I went astray and was tricked by Schiller. At the critical moment, I set things right and changed sides. This is great wisdom, not lack of integrity. The Black Yak undermined him. You stole the old Lama's monastic robe. Have you returned it? Last time when they attacked Mount Longhu, this tiger had stolen the old Lama's monastic robe. At that time, he wanted to run away from Mount Kunlun. This made everyone speechless. Damn it, old ox, don't expose me. I've already returned it to him. That old monk is too cruel. I've clearly returned it to him, but he still wanted to take me in as a Buddhist protector beast. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Chu Feng decided to extract the Xingyi breathing technique from the 12 true forms and teach it to the Manchurian tiger. What a breathing technique! The Manchurian tiger's eyes went wide after hearing this. He was incomparably excited and immediately jumped up from the golden condor's back. He was born a tiger and believed that he had great potential. However, he was no match for Schiller and the Peacock King. All he could do was run after seeing them. This was all because he lacked a breathing technique. Nowadays, fierce people and peerless experts all possessed a type of inheritance. For example, the Elder Lion King, Schiller, and the Peacock King were all like this. As for the old Lama, there was no need to talk about him. He had obtained the golden Arhut breathing technique. The reason Chu Feng imparted the Manchurian tiger's breathing technique was to increase his strength. Moreover, they were friends who had gone through life and death together. Back at Mount Longhu, the Manchurian tiger had contributed greatly when they fought against Schiller together. Without him, the battle would have been difficult and most of them would have died. Chu Feng placed his finger on the Manchurian tiger's forehead and transmitted the extracted Xingyi breathing technique into his spiritual domain through a spiritual imprint. At the same time, he also injected the tiger form into it. Perhaps it would be of great use to the Manchurian tiger. The Manchurian tiger laughed maniacally. This king also has a breathing technique. From now on, where can I go? I'll also become a peerless expert. Moo moo woof woof. Peerless Demon King Chu, I want to learn it too. The Donkey King asked Chu Feng enviously. This spineless coward was now quite bold. I'll consider it after you've contributed greatly. Right now, I'll impart you a true form. Chu Feng pointed at the Donkey King's forehead and transmitted the horse form of the Xingyi 12 true forms to him. Very well. Watch my performance from now on. The Donkey King was delighted, following which Chu Feng imparted the eagle form to the Golden Condor King. Similarly, he didn't impart the breathing technique. The Golden Condor King was truly tempted. He had always had a knot in his heart from being suppressed as a mount. Now, his heart was clear, and he desired to obtain the breathing technique. Yellow Cattle had said that it was fine as long as the breathing technique he had imparted to Chu Feng was kept a secret. This was a peerless technique that would only become more astonishing in the later stages. Its true profundities had yet to be revealed. Yellow Cattle told him that he didn't need to care about other breathing techniques. Even the most powerful breathing technique couldn't compare to this one, unless the complete thunderous breathing technique appeared. Following which, Chu Feng secretly passed the Xingyi Fist Manual and the Bee Skin with the 12 true forms to the Yellow Cattle for them to comprehend. Oh, who would have thought we'd find mysterious staff in the Archaic Alliance? This magical weapon is too amazing. Let's hope there'll be even more astonishing rewards in the extraterrestrial civilization. The group began to ponder over how to loot the extraterrestrial civilization. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be even better if we can find some ancient treasure. They were bold and confident. This corporation wanted to kill Chu Feng, and now they were here to demand repayment. Not only would they want heads to roll and intimidate the world, but they also wanted to raid the treasury and plunder the fortunes. Let's take advantage of the fact that the extraterrestrial civilization hasn't arrived yet. Let's arm ourselves and occupy the mountains first. The extraterrestrial civilization was located in Gusu City. After the upheaval, it was about 2,000 kilometers away from Hangzhou City. This was an extremely long journey for ordinary people, but it was nothing for Chu Feng. If he were to rush on his own, he could reach his destination in 20 minutes or so. It would be an astonishing feat. The Golden Condor King's speed wasn't slow either, but they were delayed because they were testing the power of the staff and studying the breathing technique and the true forms of the Xingyi Fist. Even so, they arrived at Gusu City in less than 40 minutes. The debt collectors are here. They landed outside of Gusu City. The Golden Condor King transformed into his human form, and the group entered the city. The scenery at the headquarters of the extraterrestrial civilization was extremely beautiful because it was a garden. Gusu's gardens were the best in the world and were famous since ancient times. There were pavilions, rock gardens, and small stone bridges. It was truly beautiful and full of spiritual energy. There were many gardens within the city, and the extraterrestrial civilization occupied many of them. The scenery was picturesque and picturesque. The Donkey King wasn't polite when Chu Feng's group paid them a visit. With a clang, he kicked open the vermilion gates. He had volunteered to take the lead because he wanted to show off and obtain the Xingyi breathing technique. In the past, this spineless fellow didn't have such guts and had always been famous for running away. How could the experts of the extraterrestrial civilization not be alarmed by such a huge commotion and the group's direct entry? Isn't this just a donkey running away? When did you become so bold to barge into the extraterrestrial civilization? A beast king appeared with a mocking expression. He stood with his hands behind his back and blocked the Donkey King's path. With a swoosh, a large group of mutants appeared behind him and cut off the area after hearing the commotion. How come you're here? Have you defected to the human race? The Donkey King was astonished. This king is currently a protector of the extraterrestrial civilization. The Beast King replied. After transforming into human form, his stature was tall and straight. He appeared rather heroic and was much better than the wretched Donkey King. What era is this? Protector? The Donkey King's face was full of disdain as he stuck out his ears and bared his teeth. What do you know? This king was full of contempt. However, his tyrannical aura didn't last more than 3 seconds before withering away. That was because he saw Chu Feng's group rushing over. Beast King is a humanoid? Chu Feng asked. It's not humanoid. It's completely edible and absolutely delicious. This is a wild goose. The spineless donkey enthusiastically reported. God damn it! The wild goose king was so frightened that he almost turned around and ran. He hated the donkey king to the core. Who dares cause trouble here? The upper echelons of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute were alarmed. A king immediately appeared from the depths of the garden, followed by many important characters. Chu Feng was neither fast nor slow. He was calm and collected as he crossed the stone bridge and stood in the middle of the water pavilion, gazing at the opposite side. It was a female king. She couldn't be considered young, but her appearance had become more youthful after becoming a king. Moreover, she had taken good care of herself and looked to be in her 40s. One could see that she was quite beautiful when she was young. Now, she was elegant and poised. Although she was middle-aged, she still retained her charm. Her name was Huoyan, one of the top experts of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute. It's you, Chu Feng. What a rare guest to come to our Gusis city. Huoyan wore a faint smile on her face. She recognized Chu Feng at a glance. He was calm and didn't seem afraid at all. Brother Chu, what a surprise. You've actually come to our Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute. Apologies for not going out to meet you, a young man in the crowd spoke. His name was Huolin, following his mother's surname. The Hua family was one of the most important members of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute. Huolin walked over with a smile on his face. He was fairly calm and didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright when facing the legendary Demon King Chu. Brother Chu, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you today. He looked polite, but was actually quite casual. Nowadays, Chu Feng was quite famous. Normally, it wouldn't be the turn for a youngster like him to receive him at a major corporation. It would definitely be those important members of the older generation who would personally receive him. Huolin took the initiative without any fear. The Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others sneered inwardly. They knew that the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute had a deep background and was on good terms with the master of the Eight Visions Temple. Lu Tong had already informed them that the people from the Extraterrestrial Research Institute had contacted the master of the Eight Visions Temple and asked him to step in. They want to imitate the Archaic Alliance and use the Hollow Jade Temple Master to force Chu Feng to retreat. The Donkey King sneered inwardly. Apparently, the Extraterrestrial Research Institute didn't know what had happened in Hangzhou. Chu Feng had killed Lu Ziheng, destroyed the Zhang family, and opened the Archaic Alliance's treasury. That was because they had rushed here as soon as it happened. Chapter 274. Chu Feng had a smile on his face. This was quite interesting. The Extraterrestrial Research Institute was actually so arrogant after seeing him and didn't seem to realize that a disaster was about to befall them. This was especially true for a young man like Huolin, whom he had never heard of before. He had walked over and called him brother in such a casual manner. Brother Chu, I'll introduce you to a few good friends from Gusis City. Huolin approached. He looked friendly, but was actually quite self-centered. Finally, he retracted his hand just as he was about to pat Chu Feng's shoulder. In other places, even king-level entities would tremble after hearing the name Demon King Chu. But here, the people from the Extraterrestrial Research Institute were quite calm. Even a young man dared to claim a relationship with Chu Feng without any reverence. Chu Feng, I've heard so much about you. You're like a thunderclap piercing my ears, a middle-aged man said with a smile. He also came forward and introduced himself as Yang Jingxian. The Yang family, like the Hua family, was an important member of the Extraterrestrial Research Institute, following which a number of old men walked over. They were the higher-ups of the Extraterrestrial Research Institute. They only greeted Chu Feng after Yang Jingshuan's introduction. These people wore smiles on their faces and maintained etiquette. However, it was obvious that they were confident and didn't seem to be afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm after seeing Chu Feng. The female king, Huoyan, asked Chu Feng directly why he had come. The smile on Chu Feng's face grew wider. The people from the Extraterrestrial Research Institute were indeed pretending to be ignorant. It seemed they had nothing to fear. Brother Chu, you're naturally an honored guest. Please come in. Huolin spoke once again and warmly greeted Chu Feng, gesturing for him to walk into the depths of the garden. Chu Feng didn't move and only glanced at the people present. Brother Chu, let's go. Huolin walked over and placed his hand on Chu Feng's shoulder. Thump! At this moment, Chu Feng's shoulder began to glow. Huolin's entire body was sent flying and hung on a distant pavilion. His face was deathly pale and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. It was too sudden. Brother Chu Feng, I don't think it's a good idea to hurt people in the extraterrestrial civilization. Yang Jingxian looked unhappy. Chu Feng, what is the meaning of this? Huiyin asked coldly. Huolin was her own son, so she followed her maternal instincts. Her expression didn't look too good. Chu Feng said, what I want to say is that you young people from the Extraterrestrial Research Institute have too much confidence and are too casual. Even kings don't dare to put their hands on my shoulders. He's just being friendly. Don't you think it's unreasonable for you to hurt him like this? Huiyan's voice was slightly cold. I don't know him well. Which king do you think can be casually patted on the shoulder? Chu Feng was still smiling. It's just a misunderstanding. Little brother Chu Feng is definitely an honored guest of our Extraterrestrial Civilization Institute. Your presence brings light to our humble abode. Please come in. The few old men tried to smooth things over. They chuckled and invited Chu Feng inside. Huolin was a mutant. Although he was injured and frightened, he still jumped down from the pavilion with a cold glint in his eyes. He looked at Chu Feng's back in anger. What's so great about him? He went to the Tonggu Alliance with so many people, but in the end he still retreated with his tail between his legs. He came to our Extraterrestrial Research Institute and behaved atrociously. Does he really think we're that easy to bully? Although it was barely audible, everyone present was an expert, so they could naturally hear it. Chu Feng stopped abruptly. He didn't turn around and said, how frivolous of the young. You young people here can't take this lying down. Little brother Chu Feng, don't take it to heart. Who hasn't been around his age before? Young people are all like this. Don't lower yourself to his level, one of the old men said. Let's go, brother Chu. Another old man also tried to persuade him, afraid that things would turn ugly. Although they had their own reasons, they didn't want to offend Chu Feng too much. Although Huolin didn't dare say anything else, he was obviously unsatisfied. You're very dissatisfied and hostile toward me. Chu Feng looked at him. Huolin revealed a disdainful expression and said, you speak as if you're so amazing. If you're really so awe-inspiring, how could you have suffered at the Tonggu Alliance? He had once heard Zhang Cheng say that Chu Feng was very unbearable and that everyone in their circle knew about it. At that time, Zhang Cheng said that Demon King Chu was nothing. The Zhang family immediately contacted the Hollow Jade Temple Master and suppressed Chu Feng on the spot, forcing him to retreat with his tail between his legs. He didn't even dare to say a word. Huolin felt that since his family could speak to the Eight Visions Temple and wasn't afraid of Chu Feng, they could naturally suppress him until he had no temper. Our Extraterrestrial Research Institute doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Huolin said coldly. Enough, an old man berated. Ah, are you provoking me? Chu Feng turned around and pressed his hand forward. A faint golden light circulated around him as terrifying energy surged forth. Huolin was shocked and hurriedly tried to block him. However, Chu Feng's strength was unyielding and ferocious. His movements were even faster than hers. The moment his palm seal appeared, a torrential beam of energy shot forth. It was unstoppable. Huolin was sent flying like a rag doll and disintegrated in midair. His face was full of terror. With a buzzing sound, Ian leapt into the air with all her might. She used both hands to hold down the upper half of Huolin's body and poured in vigorous life energy with all her might. She did her best to dissolve the palm energy left behind by Chu Feng and prevented Huolin's upper body from disintegrating. However, there were many frightening cracks on the surface of his body. As for the lower half of his body, it had just exploded. Huiyin couldn't suppress it in time, and thus couldn't stop it. Chu Feng, you've gone too far. How dare you come to our extraterrestrial research institute to kill people? Huiyin was shocked and furious. Huolin was her son. She had temporarily protected Huolin's life, but losing the lower half of his body meant that he would forever be crippled. This caused her eyes to turn red. Gone too far? Why didn't you think of these words when you sent people to kill me and surrounded me with the beast race? Chu Feng calmly asked. Don't speak nonsense. Huiyin denied. The elders had a bad premonition and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. One of them said, It's all a misunderstanding. Chu Feng, don't be angry. Sit down and talk. This was a beautiful garden with many pavilions. They wanted to invite Chu Feng to sit down and talk with him to avoid conflict. At the same time, one of the elders wanted to contact the master of the Eight Visions Temple and ask him to suppress Chu Feng. Otherwise, something big would happen today. You retreated from the Archaic Alliance and didn't dare to act presumptuously. Why did you dare come to our extraterrestrial research institute to act violently? After Huolin was crippled, his eyes were spewing fire. He was incomparably paranoid and wanted an answer. At this time, the Black Yak laughed loudly and said, Bragging will kill you. That Zhang Cheng from your small circle has already been beheaded. His guts are simply too great. It was at this time that someone rushed into the garden and reported to the important characters present. After seeing Chu Feng, that person staggered in fright and almost fell down. Several pieces of paper appeared in the hands of the elders and Huiyin. They were all shocked and looked up at Chu Feng. You destroyed the Zhang family, killed Lu Ziheng, and destroyed the Archaic Alliance's treasury? Huiyin's voice was trembling. Everyone at the scene took a step back after hearing this. All of them turned pale as they felt that things were far from good. Hadn't the master of the hallowed Jade Temple appeared to suppress this demon? How could such a thing happen? Huolin revealed a terrified expression. This was completely different from what he had expected. Didn't Zhang Cheng say that the hallowed Jade Temple and the Eight Visions Temple were enough to suppress Demon King Chu? But in the end, the Zhang family was destroyed. He couldn't help but tremble as he recalled his words and actions just now. At this time, Yang Jingxian could no longer remain calm. The other elders could no longer maintain their composure. It was as though their spines had been broken. All of them felt cold from head to toe. Just a while ago, they were still calm and collected. They didn't seem to fear Demon King Chu at all. But now, it was completely different. The news from the Archaic Alliance was explosive and caused their hair to stand on end. Brother Chu, please listen to our explanation. One of the elders bowed with his hands clasped in front. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he lowered his stance. He was afraid that Chu Feng would start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. Why did you attack me? Chu Feng asked. The human kings from the corporations were even more vicious than before. He didn't understand how he had offended them. The elders were all drenched in cold sweat. Someone called the master of the Eight Visions Temple. Someone else braced himself and explained, everything is for self-preservation. The outer realm entities will descend sooner or later. We want to obtain a peerless breathing technique and occupy a famed mountain to establish ourselves. Greed, Chu Feng said coldly. He then slapped out with a palm toward Huolin. You dare injure my son? Huiyin retreated anxiously. She was also terrified and no longer as calm as before. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll even kill you. Don't think I didn't recognize that you were one of the human kings who surrounded me in armor. Chu Feng said coldly. Ever since he saw Huiyin rescue Huolin and release her aura, Chu Feng knew that Huiyin was one of the human kings who surrounded him that night. No. Huolin was terrified while Huiyin screamed. But it was useless. Huolin was crushed into pieces by Chu Feng's palm strike. Huiyin was temporarily able to resist the energy waves, but Huolin, whom she was carrying, couldn't. He died immediately. It's your turn. Chu Feng was surging with killing intent. He took a step forward and moved instead of just standing in place. Little dog, I'll fight it out with you. Give me back my son's life. Huiyin went berserk. Little brother Chu Feng, please stop. The Eight Visions Temple Master wants to talk to you. An old man shouted anxiously from behind. His face was deathly pale and without a trace of blood. In truth, the upper echelons of the Extraterrestrial Research Institute were panicking. Chu Feng felt a surge of anger in his chest after hearing this. The Hollow Jade Temple Master had stopped him when he visited the Archaic Alliance, and the Eight Visions Temple Master had stood up for him after arriving at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute. One had to know that the Archaic Alliance and the Extraterrestrial Research Institute had both wanted to kill him. They had even sent out king-level experts to hunt him down. They were his mortal enemies. Let me kill someone first before talking to him. Chu Feng replied. Boom. His fist imprints erupted. The demon ox fist in his left hand and the demon flood dragon fist in his right shot through the air. The images of an ancient ox and flood dragon appeared and tore apart the starry skies. Thump! How could Wei Yin block this attack? Her entire body was sent flying by Chu Feng's furious attack. Then, cracks spread all over her body as if she were a porcelain vase that had suffered a heavy blow. In the end, she exploded with a pop and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Absolute silence. Everyone at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute felt a chill run down their spine. Sai, I'm angry. I shouldn't have done this. Chu Feng shook his head and blamed himself. The people at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute felt the tension in the air lessen. However, Chu Feng's next words caused them to tense up again. I can kill the enemy, but my heart must be calm and radiant. Chu Feng muttered to himself as he circulated his breathing technique. Very soon, his body began to emit a holy aura. Chapter 275. Chu Feng, I had no choice but to find you. I hope you can let the whole family go. The master of the Eight Visions Temple was indeed protecting the whole family on behalf of the extraterrestrial civilization. Chu Feng's heart was calm. He said with a smile, no problem. It's just that I've already killed 2 of them. He confessed that Hui Yin had once donned armor and covered her face to hide her identity. She and the beast race had surrounded and hunted him down. Today, they had exchanged blows again, and he had killed her. Additionally, there was a young man called Huolin who had spoken disrespectfully to him. He had also been killed. Dead. Hui Yin is actually dead. The master of the Eight Visions Temple hung up. Chu Feng turned around and faced the crowd. The Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the Donkey King pressed forward with undisguised king auras. Brother Chu Feng, sigh. Hui Yin's death should be enough to quell your anger. How about we end things here? An old man spoke. Chu Feng said with a faint smile. Hui Yin besieged me and deserved to die. Don't act like you're the victims. This matter isn't over yet. Many people felt a strong sense of uneasiness and fear after hearing these words. Demon King Chu had even killed Hui Yin, so it would be even easier for him to deal with them. Brother Chu Feng, what else do you want? You've already killed her. Isn't that enough to appease your hatred? An old man said with a bitter expression. Chu Feng said, Hui Yin deserved to die, and so did all of you. Don't put on a sorrowful expression and try to get rid of yourself. It was you who made the decision to kill me. Perhaps you're even more despicable than her. Why is your killing intent so heavy? This matter has nothing to do with us. Hui Yin has already been executed. Are you going to kill us all? An old man's expression changed. Chu Feng pointed a finger at the old man's forehead. A lustrous radiance blossomed as he hypnotized the old man with spiritual energy. The next moment, the old man confessed everything. It was the upper echelons of the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute who had decided to hire a king-level expert to kill Chu Feng for the peerless breathing technique. As far as they were concerned, Chu Feng was definitely a dead man at that time. There was no way he could survive. The breathing technique would be divided among the participants, and they also wanted a share of the spoils. We just mentioned it in passing. It was Hui Yin who was in charge. Another old man shouted. Puff, 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 blood splashed, and a head rolled down. The old men were all executed, and a middle-aged man named Yang Jingxian was also beheaded. The scene was bloody. The others cried out, extremely alarmed. Several of the higher-level figures were killed just like that. Before I came here, I made a decision. I want heads to roll. Chu Feng stood there and said calmly. He continued, "So what if they're corporations? Since you chose to be my enemy and attack me, then I can only go on a killing spree." Such domineering words caused everyone's hearts to leap to their throats. All of their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. All of them were extremely terrified. Even the mutants couldn't withstand the suppressive might emitted by Chu Feng. Many of them fell limply to the ground. Some people understood that Chu Feng was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys and intimidate the other corporations. Chu Feng indicated to the Black Yak, the Manchurian Tiger, and the Donkey King that they could take action. They ignored the ordinary mutants and killed their way into the depths of the garden. "You come back." Chu Feng stared at the Mutant King. It was precisely the Wild Goose King who had treated the Donkey King with disdain. This Mutant King felt his scalp go numb. He was just about to charge into the sky when Chu Feng slashed him down with a single slash. His feathers flew about as his body trembled. Just as Chu Feng and the others were charging into the Extraterrestrial Research Institute to settle accounts, the outside world was in an uproar. Something big has happened in the Archaic Alliance. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The series of events that had taken place in the Archaic Alliance had finally been leaked to the outside world. It was simply a perilous situation, and many people were dumbfounded. First of all, Lu Ziheng had been killed on the 28th floor of the Archaic Alliance. That was where he cultivated and cultivated. A head dripping with blood had been decapitated and placed in the parlor on the 28th floor, scaring many people from the Archaic Alliance silly. 3 days ago, Lu Ziheng had returned alive. The outside world gasped in admiration at the Archaic Alliance's heaven-defying methods. They were actually able to rescue their subordinate experts. One had to know that almost all the king-level enemies who had fallen into Chu Feng's hands had been killed. Yet this time, Chu Feng had actually managed to rescue Lu Ziheng. This caused a huge commotion. Who would have thought that Lu Ziheng would be killed in his own residence after just 3 days? Following which, a second major event occurred. Shocking news. The Archaic Alliance's treasury has been forcefully opened. This news caused a commotion in all directions. Normally, it was impossible to enter the secret grounds of the corporations. Everyone realized that the matter had gotten out of hand. The Archaic Alliance had definitely been attacked. Otherwise, how could they have opened the treasury? As for the Zhang family, no one knew at first. Only at the end did they find out that something had happened there. Oh God, the Zhang family is finished. That villa district is stained with blood. A number of major characters have been massacred. The news attracted everyone's attention. Many people felt their scalps go numb. The Zhang family of the Archaic Alliance had been destroyed? This was too sudden. It's Chu Feng's doing. The survivors of the Zhang family cried out in terror. Earlier on, these women and children had been knocked unconscious by Chu Feng's group. They cried out as soon as they woke up. This was like a mountain torrent breaking through a dam. Experts from all walks of life were shaken. Although they had already guessed it, they were still stunned. All of this was indeed done by Demon King Chu. He had truly pierced through the heavens. He had actually attacked a corporation in such a domineering manner. Wasn't it said that the Hollow Jade Temple Master had protected the Archaic Alliance and suppressed Chu Feng? How did things end up like this? Everyone was shaken. That Zhang Cheng from the Archaic Alliance had revealed that Chu Feng had been suppressed by them and didn't dare to cause trouble for them. At that time, he was having a meal with his friends. His words were full of confidence and disdain when he mentioned Chu Feng. These words had spread to the outside world. Many people sighed softly. Chu Feng had finally hit a wall, and his prestige had been tarnished. Even the Zhang family's youngsters had stepped out to say such things. It was likely that it was true. Everything has changed. 3 days have passed, and the Archaic Alliance has been gravely injured. The Zhang family has been destroyed, leaving behind only the women, children, and the old. The higher-ups and direct descendants have all died. This explosive news shook everyone. How laughable. That Zhang family young master really knows how to joke. Is this what he means by suppressing Demon King Chu? In the end, the Zhang family has been completely dragged into this mess. As expected of Demon King Chu, he actually dared to wave his butcher's knife at the corporations and declare war on them. From now on, the other corporations will no longer be content with fear. This person is simply a god. I've long since had a premonition that he would be suppressed by a single sentence from the hollow Jade Temple Master. In the end, he's going to attack all the major corporations. Let's wait and see who he'll target. The outside world was in a perilous state. Everyone was discussing this matter. Amidst the commotion, Chu Feng was in the depths of the Extraterrestrial Institute's garden. The world still didn't know that he had already made a move against a second corporation. An old man in a wheelchair sighed. Sigh, don't let Yang Tung return. He'll die without a doubt against Demon King Chu. Since he didn't participate in this matter, let him roam about in the outside world. He'll be a king for our extraterrestrial civilization. Otherwise, how can he establish himself in this world that's about to undergo another upheaval? He was an important character in the Extraterrestrial Institute and possessed great authority. What a pity. I've already invited 2 peerless experts, but they've missed the appointment. How hateful. Otherwise, I might have been able to change everything. The old man wasn't satisfied. His eyes were filled with anger. The trusted aides around him were all shocked after hearing this. This old man had invited 2 peerless experts to oversee the Extraterrestrial Institute. You guys can leave. He won't make things difficult for you. The old man sat in his wheelchair and dismissed the mutants around him. He knew that no matter how many experts were left behind, they wouldn't be able to stop Demon King Chu. In order to deal with Chu Feng, only peerless experts will be able to do so. Along the way, heads rolled. Chu Feng's group had killed dozens of people, all of whom could be considered important members of the Extraterrestrial Institute. That was because this corporation's involvement was too deep. A while ago, many people had agreed to get rid of him and sent out kings to hunt him down. Old man, I heard you're the mastermind? Chu Feng arrived and saw the old man sitting alone in his wheelchair. You think I'm funny, don't you? The winner takes all. If we had succeeded in hunting you down, you'd be the one making a fool of yourself, the old man said. With a puff, he pierced his own chest with a dagger. I like to kill my enemies myself. I don't like others interfering. While Chu Feng was speaking, the scarlet flying knife had already soared into the air. With a puff, it landed on the old man's neck, sending his head flying. You? The old man was shocked and furious. At the last moment, he wanted to kill himself and leave his corpse intact. Who would have thought that Chu Feng would be so decisive and decapitate him in a single strike? Boom! In the end, Chu Feng's group breached the Extraterrestrial Institute's underground vault. This place was vast and contained many treasures. There were flying saucers and mysterious space battleships. There were many of them, but they were all damaged and damaged. If we can really study these things thoroughly, it'll be absolutely extraordinary. We can march into the starry skies. Chu Feng sighed. The Extraterrestrial Institute has been researching this place for many years. It's simply impossible to restore it, said the Black Yak. He had just hypnotized some people and understood the internal situation. Very soon, Yellow Cattle's eyes lit up. He saw some tattered flags and some pieces of jade placed in the depths of the vault. They were regarded as rare treasures. Isn't this the Extraterrestrial Institute? If they don't collect those flying saucers, why do they value these ancient treasures? The Manchurian tiger was puzzled. Yellow Cattle said, these things are from the outer realms. They came from the starry skies and are from the Extraterrestrial Institute. They're researching civilizations beyond Earth. That's right. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single intact item here. They were all broken and unusable. They had conquered a secret room in the vault. It was the most important place of the Extraterrestrial Institute. We struck it rich. We actually found such an inheritance. Yellow Cattle was pleasantly surprised. There was a jade box in this secret room, and inside was an ancient book made from bee skin. It had existed for an extremely long time. Very soon, the news spread to the outside world. The Extraterrestrial Institute had been breached by Chu Feng. Heads were rolling as he went on a killing spree. Everyone was stunned. One had to know that the archaic alliance had been conquered not too long ago. How could it be the Extraterrestrial Institute's turn so soon? This was like a hurricane sweeping through the world. All the major corporations were shocked. Everyone felt insecure. It's hard to believe. He defeated 2 major corporations in one day. As he left the Extraterrestrial Institute, Chu Feng hasn't left. He's roasting a wild goose king. The news from the outside world could be considered accurate. Chu Feng's group was still there and hadn't left. Chu Feng knew that the wild goose king had turned into a human and was wearing armor. He had gone with Hui Yin to kill Chu Feng. Today he was roasting him in the garden. Chapter 276. I can testify that Chu Feng is really roasting wild geese at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute. My home is in Gusu City. While the outside world was in an uproar, a mutant stood out and confirmed that the Extraterrestrial Research Institute had indeed been breached. Moreover, Demon King Chu had yet to leave. What a pitiful goose. It's a bird king after all, yet it was reduced to the background of this incident. It was only mentioned in passing after the battle that it was roasted. Someone sighed lightly, feeling that this person was too tragic. Many people were speechless. Chu Feng's capture of 2 corporations in one day was like a landslide or a tsunami. The commotion he had caused was simply too great. The outside world couldn't calm down at all. Not to mention the ordinary people, even the various kings were dumbfounded. This was simply too terrifying, too savage. In the end, some people could only sigh. At this time, the ridiculously savage Chu Feng, the Donkey King, the Manchurian Tiger, and the others had yet to leave. They were doing something that spoiled the scenery, burning down the pavilion and roasting the wild geese. They weren't in a hurry to leave after the murder. They continued to roast the wild geese and enjoy the fragrant game while studying the spoils of war. They were calm and unflustered. Everyone at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute was green with fear. As a corporation, it was truly shameful to be taken down and used as a picnic ground. But no one dared to step forward because the enemy was too fierce. This is an ancient tome related to domains. It's extremely rare. Yellow Cow was delighted. Her exquisite little face was about to blossom from the smile. This was the essence of a formation and was commonly referred to as a domain. Even in the outside world, such books were extremely rare. Chu Feng flipped through the tome and found that it was filled with mysterious scribbles. They looked like tadpole characters and carried with them a sense of vicissitudes. He couldn't recognize a single word. If we can study it thoroughly, we won't be at a disadvantage when we go to the famed mountains and great rivers. Yellow Cow was incomparably happy. Her light golden hair was sparkling, and her beautiful eyes were like that of a little girl. All the famed mountains had domains laid down by ancient powerhouses. Some used geomagnetism, some drew in the essence flames of extreme yang, and some used ghostly labyrinths. Chu Feng was delighted to hear this. If he could really grasp the essence of domains, it would be much easier for him to go to Mount Longhu next time. Haha, this book is truly a treasure. The Black Yak grinned and laughed foolishly, almost drooling. Right now, experts from all different paths were attacking famous mountains to gain a foothold under the heavens. However, they all suffered heavy casualties, with not many families succeeding. King-level blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. In the end, it was mainly because the domains on the famed mountains were too powerful. They were all laid down by ancient evolvers, and each step was fraught with danger. Even kings would lose their lives. Of course, there were also a few special places. The ancient evolvers raised some strange creatures that crawled out from the belly of the mountain and guarded the peak. Not to mention Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the others. Even the Donkey King was drooling. Wouldn't the famed mountains become their backyard once they understood the profundities of domains? Peerless Demon King Chu, Please accept my knees. I'm willing to follow you for life. The spineless old donkey was very good at flattering. Scram to the side. You're my mount. The black yak gave him a slap. Let this king study it. The Manchurian tiger walked over and snatched the hide book while wiping away his saliva. Brother Tiger, I'm warning you. Don't go back to your old habits of snatching good things and running away. Chu Feng reminded, because this tiger had no moral integrity. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? The Manchurian tiger was dissatisfied but also a bit guilty. He really did have that kind of thought just now. You're really not kind. The black yak rolled his eyes. Having hung out with this tiger for a long time, he could tell at a glance that this tiger wasn't holding back his fart just now. It's just a habit. I'll change. The Manchurian tiger was anxious. At the same time, he didn't forget to flip through the hide book to comprehend it. It was just that he stared at it for a long time with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't understand a single word and felt his head swelling. In order to roam the world, I've studied ancient Egyptian, Greek, Arabic, and Chinese. I'm not far from being a linguist, but what do these bird words mean? I don't understand a single word. The Manchurian tiger was furious. Chu Feng was fairly astonished. How could this immoral tiger be so powerful? He could give the black yak a run for his money. When they went to Mount Olympus in the west, Yellow Cattle revealed the old yak's confidence. He said that he had mastered several ancient languages and had prepared them specifically for plundering the world. I finally understand. Geniuses and scoundrels are the same. They have the same character. Chu Feng glanced at the Manchurian tiger and then at the black yak. The Manchurian tiger and the black yak both raised a finger at him in disdain. In truth, Chu Feng was also having a headache. How was he going to comprehend it if he didn't understand a single word? He asked Yellow Cattle which race his language belonged to. Yellow Ox's little face was solemn as he told them that there were Buddhist texts inside. For instance, the crude works of the Golden Arhut lineage and the golden paper he had obtained from the Zhang family contained Buddhist texts. At the same time, there were also Taoist texts that belonged to the Taoist lineage. There were also beast texts, insect texts, and bird texts. Myriad languages? The black yak was dumbfounded. How was he going to learn this? Who would have the energy to study it? That's why I said this domain tome isn't simple. It's a rare and priceless book, Yellow Cattle said solemnly. According to him, there were very few people who study domains, even in the outer realms. Only the top-grade sects would send people to comprehend them in order to draw upon the geomagnetic field and protect their orthodoxy. Domain books were much rarer than secret cultivation books. Any one of them was worth fighting over by the major sections. As for this tome, it was even more extraordinary. There were many kinds of text annotations, indicating that the level of domains it explained was extremely high and astonishing. Some words contain an innate, strange power. As long as you write them down and carve them on the corresponding mountains and rivers, there will be subtle changes in the geomagnetic field. It's suitable for describing domains. Yellow Cattle helped them eliminate their illiteracy. Many of the characters created by the evolved beings of ancient races resonated with the energy contained within them and touched upon the mysterious principles of the world. The characters containing the principles were piled up in a regular pattern and combined effectively. They could change the natural formations of the mountains and rivers and even create domains. This thing is too complicated. I'm getting a headache. I'm not learning it. The black yak was the first to shake his head. The Manchurian tiger tossed the bee-skin book to Yellow Cattle as if it were a piece of junk. He no longer had the mood to snatch it or treat it as a treasure. This kind of thing was time-consuming and difficult to comprehend. Yellow Cattle nodded and said, "In truth, the study of domains is indeed more difficult than cultivation. It's more than 10 times more complicated. That's why there are very few people outside of Earth who study this." "Do you want to learn it?" asked Chu Feng. "Of course. I'm a genius blessed by the heavens and the first to descend into this world. I'm destined to become a saint ancestor. If I can't even understand it, then no one else can." Yellow Cattle was young, but confident. Chu Feng felt that he was bragging and asked how he could comprehend it, because he was also very interested. First of all, I recognize some of the characters here. Secondly, you don't need to learn the languages of myriad races to study domains. Instead, you need to comprehend the individual meanings of these characters. You can carve these characters on the famous mountains and rivers and feel the subtle changes they bring about. You can experience the power and principles contained within them. Chu Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this and told Yellow Cattle that he also wanted to learn. Yellow Cattle pondered for a moment and flipped through the beast's skin book. He then told Chu Feng all the characters he knew and asked him to memorize them. Afterwards, Chu Feng flipped through the pages and placed the ancient book between his brows. His forehead lit up as he used his spiritual imprint to engrave this book on domains. After memorizing everything, he gave the beast skin book to Yellow Cattle. It's up to you two now. Study it thoroughly. Whether it's the ancestral court of Taoism, the ancestral land of Buddhism, or the home of myriad gods of Kunlun, all the famous mountains and rivers will become our back garden. You must study it thoroughly. Encouraged the Manchurian tiger. Naturally, this immoral tiger lacked sincerity. He didn't quite believe that Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle could succeed. Just wait. All the mountains and rivers in this world will become our medicine garden. Chu Feng laughed out loud. That's right. Even the divine sons and geniuses from the outer realms can't do anything about it. They won't be able to charge into our vegetable garden. Yellow Cattle was also full of confidence. Amen. When the time comes, we can auction off all the famed mountains. We can exchange one famed mountain for a goddess or saintess. Chu Feng's eyes were sparkling. Is that true? Even this king is moved. I also want to exchange it for a tigress from the outer realms. It would be even better if there was a legendary white tiger. They didn't leave and spent the night at the Extraterrestrial Research Institute. The expressions of the people from this group of corporations darkened. They only dared to be angry but didn't dare say anything. This was truly ostentatious and tyrannical. After sweeping through this place, they still treated this place as a temporary imperial residence, barbecuing and staying overnight. This was too much. Don't tell me we don't have a way to deal with these unwelcome guests. We were able to understand the nature of things even before the upheavals. There must be experts among the corporations. The young direct descendant of the Extraterrestrial Research Institute felt his heart wrenching. He was extremely dissatisfied and indignant. Sigh, they're indeed experts. If they really take action, they'll be invincible under the heavens. But we don't dare to use them. If we act rashly, we'll all be buried with them. There's no other way at this stage. It's said that they'll be our future trump card, someone muttered in low spirits. The unwelcome guests only left the next morning. Chu Feng and the others had received a lot of news early in the morning. Presently, the outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing which corporation they would move against next. They were all looking forward to watching a good show. As for those corporations, it was as though they were sitting on the mouth of an active volcano with scarlet lava surging under their butts. Their days were unbearable and unbearable. They were afraid that Chu Feng would suddenly kill his way to their doorstep. The powers on the continent are indeed weak. What kind of corporation is this? Is it all they have? If it were a major clan from our marine race, we would definitely beat them up if they dared to come knocking with just a few people. Some marine race experts commented on this matter with a condescending attitude. Someone mocked. Even Hei Tung of your southern sea flood dragon bloodline has been eaten. What else is there to brag about? Someone from the marine race said coldly. The Black Dragon Crown Prince was plotted to death. It must be a group of peerless experts plotting against the southern sea dragon race's killer weapon. This matter isn't over yet. Up until now, they were still guessing who killed Hei Tung. Although there were some suspects, there was no evidence and no one had come forward to admit it. So much so that they didn't even know that the three-eyed marine race expert Qian Yu had died in Chu Feng's hands. That was because the satellite images couldn't possibly be that clear. Moreover, the people fighting were all lumps of light. During the battle, it was as though Chu Feng himself was enveloped by a great sun. Up until now, those from the Hollow Jade Temple hadn't taken the initiative to leak this information and were still keeping it a secret for Chu Feng. The Peacock King had left without a fight. A small group of people knew about this, but they didn't dare mention it for fear of angering him. This matter was too embarrassing. The Black Yak grinned widely. The marine race had jumped out like this. Once they knew the truth, they would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Where's our next target?" the Manchurian tiger asked. He was prepared to divide up the corporation's treasury. He also wanted a magical weapon and was incomparably covetous of the Black Yak's Buddhist staff. Celestial biology. Chu Feng was somewhat hesitant, but ultimately decided on this target. Chapter 277. Early in the morning, outside of Gusu's city, Chu Feng and the others walked out of the city on foot. If the Golden Condor King were to transform into his 80-meter-long body and soar into the sky, it would definitely cause panic. The bright morning glow overflowed with the aura of life. Outside of the city, there were numerous desolate mountains adjacent to Gusu City. The cries of apes and the roars of tigers rang out incessantly. They didn't set out immediately. Instead, they walked slowly as they faced the fiery sun, enjoying the fresh air and circulating their respective breathing techniques. The Manchurian tiger was delighted. The joints in his body were crackling. To him, the breathing technique was too important. With 6 severed shackles and the Xingyi breathing technique, he felt as though he was about to be reborn. He could feel the changes within his body. His blood energy had become more vigorous. Life forms without breathing techniques were indeed different from those with breathing techniques. The tiger knows martial arts. No one could stop me, he roared loudly. After circulating the breathing technique, he finally practiced the Xingyi tiger form fist. The Black Yak had grasped 2 breathing techniques. He first practiced the thunderous breathing technique and then the Xingyi breathing technique. He also felt his constitution improving. Only Yellow Cattle and Chu Feng had grasped 3 techniques. Among them, Yellow Cattle's technique was the most complete and peerless. Its effects were the most astonishing. It could be said that Chu Feng's current achievements were inseparable from this technique. Beside him, the old donkey was envious. This spineless fellow hadn't gained Chu Feng's complete trust and hadn't obtained a single breathing technique. He could only practice the horse form of the Xingyi 12 true forms that Chu Feng had passed down to him. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The old donkey cried out loudly. His fists unfolded with vigor and vigor. It soared into the sky, and its posture and temperament were truly astonishing. The Golden Condor King was speechless. He felt his liver ache whenever he saw this spineless donkey. However, he wasn't idle either. He practiced the Xingyi eagle form once. They were in no rush to continue their journey. They stretched their muscles, practiced their fist techniques, and circulated their breathing techniques. They wanted to set out after leaving Gusu's city. Suddenly, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He let out a low roar as his entire body erupted with radiance. He was like a blazing sun rising from the sea, spewing out specks of gold. He was defending and dodging, but it was too late. He was ambushed. A terrifyingly sharp claw suddenly appeared out of nowhere and scratched his back, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Chu Feng was injured. This was too sudden, exceeding the reactions of the kings here. It was just too terrifying. That claw was as large as a dustpan, and if it was any other king tier, they would have been ripped apart at the waist. The terrifying energy it exuded was simply too shocking, and it was ridiculously sharp. Under this strike, the entire forest shook as if there was a great earthquake. Chu Feng shifted his body sideways. His clothes were tattered. One had to know that his undergarments were made from the skin of a king beast to prevent his clothes from getting damaged during battle. However, now, that beast skin vest was shattered, several terrifying blade-like grooves appearing on his back. They were dripping with blood, deep to the point where bones could be seen. It was too shocking. At the crucial moment, he still relied on the toughness of his physical body. His physique was extraordinary, and he was like an indestructible Vajra. He blocked those sharp claws and avoided the fate of being torn apart. Wong. An even more glaring light erupted from Chu Feng's body as a large golden bell appeared on the surface of his body. The dragon, tiger, bear, and eagle forms all appeared together and revolved around him, branding themselves onto the bell's body. Golden bell cover, indestructible golden body. This was the profound meaning Chu Feng had comprehended after reaching the next level of Xingyi martial arts. It was an extremely powerful protective technique. Clang! The claw descended a second time and slapped the golden bell, causing it to shake violently. The bell chimed for a long time, but it wasn't able to injure Chu Feng. It had to be said that the profound meaning of Xingyi martial arts was very mysterious. The golden bell formed from energy seemed to be real, and the vibrating sound of metal shook the entire forest. Kill! Chu Feng's eyes were like torches. His entire body was emitting a vast amount of blood energy as he erupted with peerless energy to attack this mysterious being. Meow! An ear-piercing and soul-shaking cry traveled over with a spiritual attack. A large, well-built cat suddenly appeared from the void, its claws sticky with blood. Chu Feng had forced it out and revealed its true form. The Nine Lives Cat. Chu Feng only needed a single glance to guess its identity and origin. This was the Nine Lives Cat who had a good relationship with the Peacock King. Only such a peerless expert could injure him. He had long since heard that the Nine Lives Cat possessed miraculous techniques and was #1 in concealment. Today, he finally saw that the rumors were well-deserved. Even he had almost died with a grudge. He was vigilant. There were always some creatures in this world who possessed unique techniques and couldn't be underestimated. Even though his strength was extraordinary and could kill creatures with 6 severed shackles, he still couldn't be careless. In truth, the Nine Lives Cat was even more astonished than Chu Feng. This was a sure kill attack he had prepared for a long time, but it had actually failed. In his plan, he was going to cut off Chu Feng's neck and take his head. You. On the other side, the Manchurian tiger, the black yak, and the others were roaring in anger. They had been ambushed at the same time. At this moment, the Manchurian tiger, who didn't have any moral principles, was actually quite loyal. He stood at the very front and faced the most dangerous attack, blocking the attacker. Naturally, the ambusher's stealth skills couldn't compare to the Nine Lives Cat. He only took action after the Nine Lives Cat had succeeded and took advantage of the chaos to attack. Damn it, this king is dying of pain. You. The Manchurian tiger cried out miserably. Chu Feng was shocked out of his wits. He thought the Manchurian tiger had encountered a calamity and was on the verge of death. He glanced over and was immediately speechless. The Manchurian tiger was kicking his hind legs and howling incessantly. That was because there were 5 or 6 terrifying feathers stuck in his butt. These feathers were no small matter. Each one was several meters long and covered in raging flames. They were all stuck in the Manchurian tiger's butt, almost as if he had been stabbed by a sword. Damn your grandpa, you Birdman. Come down and fight 300 rounds with this tiger if you have the guts. What kind of skill is sneak attacking? Are you female? Why are you staring at this grandpa's butt? Get down here, and I'll beat you to death. The Manchurian tiger cursed. He was truly infuriated. In truth, no one would be able to endure having several feathers stuck in there, but moreover, they were covered in flames. The black yak was also grimacing in pain. He said angrily, "This grandpa is dying of pain. Birdman, come down. Don't you like to shoot feathers? I'll pluck them out for you and let you run around naked." There was also a feather nailed to his butt. When he flicked it, it produced a metallic sound and was fairly sharp. On the other hand, the yellow cattle and the Donkey King had escaped unscathed. The Golden Condor King, who was standing further away, was similarly unharmed. "Idiot, you lot aren't my match. If you really want to fight, I'll slaughter all of you." A Golden Bird King said coldly from the sky. It only cared about Chu Feng because it felt that he was very powerful. The Golden Crow and Nine Lives Cat had arrived. They were the Peacock King's most powerful allies, and also the leaders of the beast race forces attacking the pilgrimage grounds. Huh, ambushing and killing me. From now on, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Chu Feng spoke. He had long since known that these two kings were heading south to help the Peacock King eliminate him. However, they didn't encounter each other in the end and didn't take action until today. The Nine Lives Cat spoke. Interesting. Your strength and sharpness have exceeded my expectations. If it was that Siberian tiger with 6 severed shackles, he would have already turned into a corpse. This large cat's movements were graceful. It strode about the mountainous region and circled around Chu Feng. Little kitty, what are you talking about? The Manchurian tiger glared at him and said, No matter what, we look quite similar. Why aren't you greeting your big brother? What nonsense are you spouting? This cat is more powerful than you. The Donkey King's weakness had flared up. His legs had almost gone limp after being attacked by 2 peerless experts. He wanted nothing more than to surrender. He shouted, Golden Crow, Cat King, we're all family. Let's talk things out. Don't get angry. Scram. The black yak gave him a slap and chased the donkey away. He felt ashamed. Clang. The sound of the bell lingered in the air as the bell outside Chu Feng's body shook. His eyes were like raging flames, and his entire body was resplendent. After circulating his breathing technique, the wounds on his back began to heal rapidly. His vitality was astonishing after severing the shackle on his heart. The ability he had obtained was a recovery technique which allowed him to recover in the shortest amount of time. Within moments, the wounds on his back had completely healed. This scene astonished the Nine Lives Cat. He felt that this situation was quite troublesome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 assassin in the world. But now he felt the pressure. This opponent's recovery abilities were too terrifying and weren't any weaker than some of his abilities. The Nine Lives Cat said, The Extraterrestrial Research Institute found US and requested to join forces to kill you. We wanted to see just how powerful this corporation's foundations were. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it in the end. He directly sold out the wheelchair-bound old man from the Extraterrestrial Research Institute to instigate disharmony. He hoped that Chu Feng would go to this corporation and stir things up again. The foundations of a corporation? Chu Feng was quite sharp. He had sensed something. Yes, there's a reason why the various corporations knew that the world was going to change before anyone else. You can go and investigate carefully. There's a saying that the corporations will eventually become invincible. The Nine Lives Cat smiled. He didn't mind saying a bit more and was tempting Chu Feng to investigate in detail. Who knows, he might encounter some terrifying setbacks. Forget about everything else. I'll start with you. Chu Feng let out a low roar as he charged over and began to attack. The Nine Lives Cat's expression changed. Chu Feng's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, he had surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. Boom! The air exploded and the entire mountain forest was shaken. Large patches of trees and boulders disintegrated along with his movements. Accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, Chu Feng used one of the Xingyi Fist's ultimate moves. Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony. He didn't hold back in the slightest in order to kill the Cat King. Roar. The Cat King's roar was actually like that of a ferocious tiger. It caused hundreds of beasts to tremble and the mountain forest to shake. A silver ripple gushed out from his mouth and struck toward Chu Feng. Clang, clang, clang. The golden bell around Chu Feng's body rumbled as it was struck by the silver ripple. The reverberating sound rang out incessantly as it protected his body. At the same time, his dragon form and tiger form fist interweaved to display the scene of dragon and tiger contend for hegemony. A scaled true dragon and a black primordial tiger appeared at the same time and pounced forward. The energy-formed dragon and tiger entangled and amplified each other, erupting with even more powerful fluctuations. Meow! The Nine Lives Cat was nimble and nimble. He quickly jumped away and didn't take the attack head-on. However, the dragon and tiger contend for hegemony was extremely terrifying. It swept through the mountainous region in a fierce and tyrannical manner, making it impossible for the opponent to evade completely. Boom! The Cat King attacked, but in the end his body trembled and a trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "Hand over your life!" Chu Feng shouted loudly and rushed over like the sun. All of his pores were gushing with faint golden light as he covered a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers in a single leap. "He's indeed very powerful," the Nine Lives cat muttered. Then his body flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chu Feng and slapped forward with a glaring claw. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, as though he could pierce through the void. This was an ability he had obtained after severing his sixth shackle. He could conceal himself within a certain range and was very difficult to detect. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's defenses were simply too shocking. His Xingyi fist was complete, and the golden bell outside his body was like an indestructible body. It was difficult to injure his physical body. The two exchanged blows rapidly like lightning. Both of them were proficient in agility and speed. Within a short period of time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Chu Feng and the Nine Lives cat were engaged in an intense battle. The Nine Lives cat was extremely powerful, so much so that it could be said that he was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for Chu Feng's indestructible body restraining him, he would have long since reaped the life of any other king. That golden bell of energy made Chu Feng impervious to all magic and innately restrained the assassin-like Cat King. The Cat King sighed lightly. He had exchanged hundreds of blows, but still couldn't kill Chu Feng. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent who was practically born to restrain him. His elusive concealment ability was completely useless. No matter where he appeared or how he attacked, it was difficult to penetrate that golden bell. He turned to leave, not wanting to delay any longer. If this went on, the other party would be innately undefeated and he would be in danger. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." The next moment, Chu Feng's aura changed. He circulated his breathing technique and used the Demon Ox Fist and Demon Flood Dragon Fist. The combination was incomparably ferocious and tyrannical. This was his most powerful attack at the moment, and also the one he had practiced for the longest time. He no longer tempered his Xingyi Fist and switched to a more mature fist technique in order to kill the Cat King. On the other side, the Manchurian Tiger had also begun to exchange blows with the Golden Crow. The feathers nailed to his buttocks trembled as he grimaced in pain, cursing loudly as he fought. Chapter 278. Moo. The Demon Ox roar wasn't produced by Chu Feng, but by the wind generated from his fist. When the Demon Ox Fist had been trained to a certain level, the fist would erupt with black light and produce a mystical sound. Not only could it destroy the enemy's physical body, but it could also destroy their spirit. This fist technique was extremely special. Chu Feng flew through the air and covered a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers with a single leap. He chased after the Cat King and blasted his way forward. The Nine Lives cat's hair stood on end as he revealed an astonished expression. The other party was simply too fast, even faster than a peerless expert like him who was famed for his agility. Clang! He turned around and brandished his claws. They were as sharp as snow-white hooks, illuminating the void like brilliant sword radiance and surging with killing intent. With a bang, it was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in the air. Chu Feng flew through the air and collided with the claws. It was as if a raven black bull had swooped down from the front. The Cat King's body trembled violently. He was renowned for his agility, but didn't have an advantage in strength. He was shaken by Chu Feng's most mature fist technique and spat out a mouthful of blood with a loud meow. At this time, Chu Feng had yet to land. He swooped down from midair and smashed down with his other hand, the Demon Flood Dragon Fist. Similarly, black light surged as his left fist emitted the roar of a flood dragon. It shook everyone's spirit and shook their hearts. One could see a flood dragon coiling in front of his left fist. This was the true form of his fist intent, erupting with a terrifying aura in a bid to strangle the Cat King. The Nine Lives cat raised his claws to defend, but his body was sent flying as if struck by lightning. He had been struck by the Demon Ox fist, and then the Demon Flood Dragon fist. His claws were drenched in blood, and at the same time, blood was gushing out from his nose and mouth. As a top-grade expert with 6 severed shackles, he had actually suffered such serious injuries. This was a considerable blow to him. Swoosh! The Cat King disappeared. He had used his concealment abilities to escape. Chu Feng frowned. He raised his divine instinct to its limits, and his heart glowed like a translucent red sun, bursting with exuberant vitality. Boom! Boom! Dong! Chu Feng's heart was beating like a drum. It could be heard clearly even from far away. If an ordinary person was here, they would definitely be shocked and horrified. How could a person's heart be so strong? It was unimaginable. His bodily functions had reached their peak, and the spiritual energy that had fused with his blood was also increasing at an extreme rate. His special breathing technique was circulating in tandem with his blood and qi, causing it to go berserk. "You can't leave. I can sense it," Chu Feng shouted. He pushed himself to his most powerful state. Divine splendor drilled out from all the pores on his body. He leapt up again and chased in a certain direction. He was terrifyingly fast, 5.5 times the speed of sound. Along the way, great explosions occurred. Any trees or rocks that came into contact with him were shattered. Elvis could move stealthily, but doing so would slow down his speed, even though he could hide his true body. Boom! The void seemed to explode as Chu Feng broke through the sound barrier and arrived in the blink of an eye. He blocked the Cat King's path and attacked him once again. Roar moo! The roars of 2 primordial beasts seemed to have come from countless years ago, causing the void to tremble and explode. A black flood dragon and a black ox appeared at the same time and pressed down. These were Chu Feng's fists. They possessed the power to suppress the entire mountain ridge. Their aura was grand, and the surging fist winds were vast and mighty. The ground was split open, and everything in its path was destroyed. The Cat King howled. His fur stood on end as he resisted with all his might. Bang! His arms were bent from the impact. His sharp claws dimmed, and some of them were broken. They fell to the ground with a metallic clang. The Cat King was struck by a huge force and drilled into the ground. He was hammered into the wall like a nail by Chu Feng. Boom! The earth and rocks exploded. The Cat King's eyes were cold and eerie. There were many bloodstains on his body, but he was still as calm and collected as ever. With a swoosh, he disappeared once again. Chu Feng gave chase. He had sensed a weak aura and had arrived once again. Chi. However, this time, the Cat King pretended to flee and was actually counterattacking. He saw that Chu Feng's attack power had increased, but the golden bell protecting him had disappeared. He decided to attack again. He came and went like a ghost. When Chu Feng was in pursuit, he suddenly appeared behind him. He leaped out of the void and clawed at Chu Feng's back. Feline attacks were similar. The classic Black Tiger Steals the Heart was displayed from behind Chu Feng. Clang! However, the next moment, he was horrified to see a large golden bell appear outside Chu Feng's body. His golden body was still indestructible, and the Cat King couldn't penetrate it. In truth, Chu Feng could switch between the Xingyi true form and the Demon Ox fist at will. The large bell rang out in a leisurely manner. Chu Feng's fist intent changed in an instant, causing the Cat King's claws to be drenched in blood. "Where do you think you're going?" The bell on top of Chu Feng's head covered his body as he rose into the air. It was no different from flying as he gave chase once again. The Cat King was sullen. He had never been so passive before. His assassination technique wasn't unparalleled in the world, but it was almost there. It was always successful and impossible to guard against. But today he was naturally restrained, and he had the urge to vomit blood. "You're forcing me. Although the price I have to pay is too great, and I might die, I'll drag you down with me." The Cat King growled. In an instant, The color of his fur changed from pale yellow to snow white. There wasn't a single strand of mixed hair, as if it were cast from silver. Roar! He roared and spat out a white light from his mouth. It was like sword chi as he attacked Chu Feng and his strength sword. Clang, clang, clang. The golden bell outside Chu Feng's body swayed and was almost pierced by the white beam of light. Is that all you've got? It's still not enough. Chu Feng shouted. He became increasingly ferocious as he rushed forward. He used the golden bell to protect his body and block the white beam of light. Then his fists shook violently as a flood dragon and a wild ox rushed out from between his hands. The Cat King sensed an extraordinary aura of danger. The bell on Chu Feng's body had disappeared, and he had replaced defense with offense. His hands erupted with black light and formed an impenetrable black wall. This was a combination of the Demon Ox Fist and the Demon Flood Dragon Fist. Chu Feng had developed it to an astonishing level. The Demon Ox Fist vibrated and resonated with the Cat King's body. This was a terrifying rhythm that amplified his power to the point of shattering him. Meanwhile, the Demon Flood Dragon Fist carried a special, spiraling force that revolved from within to tear the Cat King apart. Chu Feng was most proficient in these two fist techniques, and they were currently the most powerful. They directly injured the Cat King and almost tore his body into two, causing blood to spurt out. Meow! Something terrifying happened. Half of the Cat King's silver body turned black, while the other half remained snow white. It was extremely strange, and there was a hint of yin and yang separating life and death. This was especially true of his eyes. One was pitch black like the abyss of hell, while the other was snow white. They were so fierce and terrifying that it made one tremble in fear. Cats were considered to be psychic. Rumor had it that they could communicate with yin and yang and see through life and death. The Nine Lives cat's current state made Chu Feng feel a sense of danger. Boom! The void exploded as Chu Feng rapidly retreated. He utilized his divine feet and moved at several times the speed of sound. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun light. Two beams of different colors flew out from the Cat King's eyes. One was jet black, and the other was snow white. Chu Feng's body was covered in goosebumps. He actually felt the power of yin and yang, as well as the cycle of life and death that was about to devour him. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Peacock King's ally, he dared to fight in the pilgrimage grounds. His strength was simply too terrifying. Once he went all out, even Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. Clang! Chu Feng displayed the Xingyi true form. 6 creatures, dragon, tiger, eagle, and bear, appeared and rapidly rotated to form the golden bell canopy. The long and drawn-out sound of the bell shook the mountain ridges. The 6 creatures of the Xingyi fist were engraved on the walls of the bell, protecting him within. However, the danger wasn't over yet. The yin and yang beams of light, the power of life and death, actually pierced through the bell without any resistance. At the very least, the golden bell canopy with only 6 creatures engraved on it couldn't block it. It only weakened the black and white beams. Boom! At this critical juncture, Chu Feng swallowed large mouthfuls of the drifting energy between heaven and earth and circulated the breathing technique taught to him by yellow cattle. Glaring light gushed out from his pores as he exchanged energy with the heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, his body's activity increased explosively, and even his spiritual power began to boil. He didn't use any fist technique and merely relied on his instincts to stretch his body. He crossed his arms and pushed them outwards, bursting forth with boundless light. It was as though a vast golden ocean had erupted from his position and swept away. Puffed. In the end, Chu Feng's arms were wounded by the black and white beams of light. Blood was dripping everywhere, but his body was unharmed. He had successfully blocked the power. Additionally, the golden energy waves from his arms smashed onto the Cat King's body, causing it to contort and break many of its bones. The Cat King was badly injured. Chu Feng was horrified. His life force was rapidly weakening between the wounds on his arms. That was the power of the cycle of life and death. It was an aura of separation between yin and yang, devouring the essence of his flesh and transforming it into death energy. Thump! He frantically circulated the mysterious breathing technique and shot out beams of black and white light from his arms to force the energy out, following which the wounds began to wriggle and heal. He couldn't help but be astonished. The Nine Lives cat was excessively powerful. Anyone else would have died without a doubt. Even he had almost suffered a calamity. On the other side, the Cat King's body had changed color. His fur was rapidly withering as though he had aged 100 years in an instant. He was incomparably old, and his blood energy had dried up. Apparently, using the yin and yang energy of life and death was also fatal to his body. The backlash was simply too astonishing. Die! Chu Feng charged forward and smashed out with his fist. AOU. On the other side of the battlefield, the Manchurian tiger was in an incomparably miserable state. He was drenched in blood after being beaten up by the Golden Crow and was almost killed. The Golden Crow's strength was terrifying. At the same time, the Manchurian tiger possessed an extraordinary intuition. He had a premonition that he was surrounded by danger and retreated several times. Otherwise, the Manchurian tiger would have truly been in danger. The black yak felt his teeth aching. He wanted to brandish his Buddhist staff several times, but the Golden Crow's instincts were too terrifying. Fortunately, he had the staff in hand to secretly intimidate the Manchurian tiger. Otherwise, the Manchurian tiger would have been in big trouble. God damn it, you're bullying me because I've only just grasped the breathing technique and my attainments aren't deep yet. Let's see what happens in a month. I'll pluck out all your feathers. The Manchurian tiger cursed loudly. But the next moment, he shut up because a large number of golden feathers were shooting at him like a rain of arrows. He fled in a panic. Boom! The Golden Crow abandoned the Manchurian tiger and charged toward Chu Feng. He extended his claws and clawed at the top of Chu Feng's head. The surrounding vegetation turned to ash, the rocks melted, and the ground turned into a pool of red magma. It was as though the mythical divine bird had appeared once again and was about to incinerate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! Chu Feng punched the air and met it head-on. He then punched at the Cat King, determined to kill him. Thump! The Cat King blocked with his large claws, but was badly mutilated by Chu Feng's attack. His bones were fractured, and Chu Feng's fist pierced through the Cat King's chest. He activated the Demon Flood Dragon Fist and shook the Cat King's red heart into pieces. The Cat King roared furiously. The Golden Crow let out a long cry in midair. His golden feathers were glowing as he desperately wanted to tear Chu Feng to shreds. Boom! Chu Feng used his fist to repel the Golden Crow's claws. He withdrew his other hand from the Cat King's chest and grabbed at his neck. With a crack, it was directly broken. Chapter 279. Chu Feng was like a demonic god as he tore the Nine Lives cat's heart into pieces. He then broke the cat's neck and watched as the latter's eyes dimmed. He showed no mercy. Those who dared to ambush him had to be prepared to die here. A cold smile appeared on his face as he threw the Cat King aside and stretched his body to fight the Golden Crow. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the latter as well. These two were famous experts whose might shook the world. Any one of them could look down on the other kings and command an entire region. Boom! Chu Feng's fist intent was terrifying. The Demon Flood Dragon Fist tore through the air with a visible spiral force. It was a black flood dragon scuttling through the air and wrapping around the Golden Crow. He soared into the air to fight the Golden Crow. The sky was filled with flames and scarlet flames, causing the void to distort. The furious Golden Crow fought Chu Feng with astonishing killing intent. The two clashed in the air with torrential flames. It was as if a sun had exploded, creating an astonishing scene. Golden feathers fell from the sky, carrying with them flames and blood. Chu Feng was also sent flying several kilometers away. This was a peerless struggle for hegemony, a showdown between top-grade kings. It could be said that Chu Feng had become a true peerless expert from the moment he broke the Nine Lives cat's neck. He was far superior to the other kings, and now he was fighting the Golden Crow. Boom! The feathers that fell to the ground burned the forest and turned several acres of land into ashes. One could easily imagine how terrifying this king was. Chu Feng, you really deserve to die. The Golden Crow let out a long cry. He flapped his wings and swooped down once more. Raging flames and golden radiance blotted out the sun. He and the Nine Lives cat had come together to kill Chu Feng, but in the end, they were defeated. Either one of these two peerless experts could shake the world, but the Cat King's neck had been broken. Boom! The scene was even more astonishing. The Golden Crow flapped its wings after Chu Feng landed on a small mountain and swooped down, melting the entire mountain. It was as if a volcano had erupted. Magma overflowed, and that area was submerged in scarlet radiance. The Golden Crow's attack destroyed the mountain, and red waves struck the heavens. Chu Feng was shaken. As expected of a top-grade king-level expert, the Golden Crow's strength made even him apprehensive. He circulated his breathing technique, causing his body to glow brilliantly. Even if he were to fall into the magma, he would still be able to preserve his body. Thump! He leaped out of the lava, bringing with him flames and energy as he fought the Golden Crow again. Ah, that cat is dead. The Black Yak was shocked. The Donkey King, the Black Yak, and the others rushed over from several kilometers away. They were all astonished to see the Nine Lives cat's broken neck drooping to one side with a terrifying bloody hole in his chest. Damn it, this is heaven-defying. The peerless, expert Nine Lives cat has been killed. The Manchurian tiger cursed. He was truly shocked. Ouch! Following which, the tiger grimaced in pain. That was because his whole body was pierced with dozens of golden feathers, making him look like a hedgehog. He shouted angrily, "Brother Chu, killing one is killing two is also killing. Just kill the Golden Crow. It's too shameful. He actually used feathers to attack me. I'm about to suffocate to death." The Black Yak's dark face had turned purple. That was because the energy within his staff was surging, and he couldn't brandish it from the very beginning. Peerless experts were too sharp, and their instincts were terrifying. The Golden Crow didn't give him the chance to do so just a while ago. "Kill!" Chu Feng roared. He also unleashed his true flames and clashed continuously with the Golden Crow. The flames surged and erupted with divine might. The flames covered the entire area like clouds. This was a peerless collision. The Golden Crow was even more ferocious than the Nine Lives cat, especially now that he had gone berserk. His feathers were all standing on end, and he was extremely ferocious. Chi! All of a sudden, a dense rain of light appeared in the sky. The Golden Crow had once again used his ultimate move. Divine feathers fell off from his body, and they were even more terrifying than sharp swords. Accompanied by ringing sounds, they shot down with torrential flames. Run! The Manchurian tiger and the others retreated, feeling a headache coming on. That was because the feathers this time were even more ferocious than the ones the Manchurian tiger had experienced before. They were all true feathers and not the short ones from before. This also signified that the power was even more terrifying. Chu Feng felt a sense of danger. This kind of vast and mighty energy scene was like a heavenly army descending to the mortal world. They were densely packed and enveloped the sky, sealing off all his escape routes. He let out a light shout and circulated his breathing technique to absorb and spit out the drifting energy between heaven and earth. He then raised his left hand and activated the Heavenly Master Demon subduing technique, causing lightning runes to blossom. Crackle! Arcs of electricity surged as the hundreds of golden crow feathers in the air were bombarded by lightning. The scene immediately became terrifying. Lightning and fire collided, resulting in a huge explosion of energy. Some of the feathers were blocked, but some penetrated through. Clang, 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 following which A large bell appeared on the surface of Chu Feng's body to block the remaining feathers. Feathers pierced into the ground one after another around him. In the blink of an eye, flames surged and the ground caved in. The mountains and forests collapsed and lava surged. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Kill! The golden crow became increasingly ferocious. He flapped his wings and transformed into a golden sun hanging in the sky. Countless flames poured down as he flapped his wings. Damned crow, what else can you do apart from spitting fire? Chu Feng was in a rather sorry state because the ground beneath him had melted and turned into a land of lava. His entire body glowed as he released energy to protect himself. Chi! Suddenly, the golden crow swooped down and transformed into a golden-haired man. He swung his fists at Chu Feng with even greater momentum. Boom! His fists were like two suns, and his body was also glowing with dazzling golden light. Beams of light interweaved as though a deity had descended to the mortal world. His aura was exceedingly terrifying. Chu Feng was fearless. There was nothing to be afraid of against enemies who dared to approach him at close range. He was only worried that the other party would always fly in the air and out of his reach. Thump, thump, thump. Divine light burst forth between the two. Energy wreaked havoc as they continuously collided. The golden crow was indeed worthy of being a peerless expert from the pilgrimage grounds. His strength was astonishing. His fists collapsed the mountain ridges as he fought fiercely against Chu Feng. This was a showdown without holding anything back. Puffed. Suddenly, the golden crow spat out a beam of light which astonished Chu Feng. The golden bell protecting his body was pierced through in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng shifted his body to the side and narrowly evaded the attack. A mountain behind him was directly melted. Essence flames of extreme yang. Chu Feng was shaken. That was the essence of fire. Even he wouldn't be able to withstand it if he were to be hit. The golden crow's body swayed after spitting out this essence flame and couldn't spit out a second time. Damned crow, hand over your life. Chu Feng roared. His battle intent soared as he once again charged over to fight the golden crow. The demon's subduing art, imperial sword art. He used them one by one. Now was not the time to temper his fist intent, but the true battle. The golden crow was extremely terrifying and much more powerful than Tung and Yu of the three-eyed marine race. Chi! The golden crow once again took to the air and transformed into his bird form. He let out a soft cry as he utilized one of his most terrifying abilities. Golden feathers danced in the air. Within moments, countless golden lights enshrouded the area like clouds. Chu Feng was astonished. All the golden feathers had transformed into golden crows which circled around the area amidst a terrifying energy. This scene gave Chu Feng a headache. The Manchurian tiger, the black yak, and the others were also astonished. Were there hundreds and thousands of incarnations? The golden crow was mixed in among them and couldn't be distinguished from the golden crows formed from feathers. This kind of ability was frightening and impossible to defend against. Clang! A golden bell appeared around Chu Feng's body in a passive defense. At the same time, his palm glowed with interweaving lightning bolts which shot into the air in hopes of forcing out the golden crow's true form. Chi! 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 All the golden crows scattered in every direction. Chu Feng would have to expend a great deal of energy to kill them with lightning. Kill! The golden crow's murderous cries rang out from every direction as hundreds and thousands of golden crows swooped down at the same time toward Chu Feng. Every feather has a bit of spiritual energy attached to it. That's why it's hard to tell right away. Chu Feng became vigilant. He would naturally be able to discover them given enough time, but he was in too much of a hurry. Fortunately, the golden bell appeared around his body, and its defensive power was astonishing. He couldn't help but sigh. The golden crow was truly terrifying. Just this kind of method was enough to kill many kings. Even the most top-grade kings might not be its match. Clang, clang, clang. The golden bell outside his body trembled after being struck by the golden crows. Many of them turned into golden feathers. Thump, 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 the thunderous heartbeat rang out once again and shook the void. Chu Feng's heart glowed, and his body became almost transparent as he released the strongest energy. His divine instincts were on the rise. He was calm and collected in this life and death battle. He was searching for the golden crow's true body. He sensed something at the most critical moment and shifted his body to the side to evade the killing blow. The golden crow's true body appeared and spat out a beam of golden light from its mouth. That was the essence flames of extreme yang. It was able to pierce through the golden bell and almost touch his body. Where do you think you're going? Chu Feng took to the air after evading the attack and chased after the golden crow. He had already discovered that the golden crow would become momentarily weak after spitting out the essence flames of extreme yang. This was the best opportunity to kill the golden crow. The golden crow was furious. His myriad incarnations technique had actually failed and his true body had been found. If Chu Feng had been just one step slower, the essence flames of extreme yang would have poured down on him and burned through his body. Thump, thump, thump. Feathers fell down from the sky as the golden crow encountered Chu Feng's most intense attack. From the Xingyi fist to the demon ox and demon flood dragon fists, dazzling brilliance and specks of blood were everywhere. Some of the golden crow's feathers were torn apart and drifted down with blood. At the same time, Chu Feng's fist was also charred by the flames. "You dare!" The golden crow suddenly cried out. He had seen the Manchurian Tiger's group, moving to take away the Nine Lives Cat's corpse as spoils of war. Countless feathers shot out to obstruct the group. At the same time, the golden crow abandoned Chu Feng and pounced in that direction. Chu Feng chased after the golden crow with torrential killing intent after landing on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The two arrived at almost the same time and clashed dozens of times. This was a head-on clash without any fancy moves. The golden crow coughed up blood after being injured. He was overwhelmed with shock because he had a special opportunity to transform into the golden crow bloodline. His physical body was extremely powerful, but today he had suffered several setbacks. This greatly stirred him up. In the end, the golden crow grabbed the Nine Lives Cat and took to the air. During this process, Chu Feng chased him into the sky and exchanged blows with him. At the same time, he tore off half of the Cat Queen's body. "You, how dare you!" The golden crow was both shocked and furious. All the feathers on his body were standing on end. Chu Feng brought out the diamond chakram as he landed. He knew that the other party was about to retreat and that it was time to use his trump card. "Let me do it!" The black yak roared madly. His face was red from holding back for a long time. He borrowed the Manchurian Tiger's strength to fling him into the air and brandishing his Buddhist staff. A golden arhat appeared in the air. The Buddhist staff emitted a terrifying radiance which enveloped the entire sky. The Buddhist staff unleashed its might, and a terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Thump! The golden crow's body shook violently as a large amount of blood sprayed out and dyed the sky red. The dense mass of feathers fell from the sky. He had suffered heavy injuries and almost fell down. Blood poured out in torrents as half of his body was ruptured and one of his wings was almost torn off. "Damn it! I missed!" The black yak complained angrily as he fell down at a rapid speed. Chu Feng looked up and weighed the diamond chakram in his hand. He felt that the other party would most likely be able to evade due to the distance. Golden Condor King, give chase. Chapter 280. The Golden Condor King was indignant and resentful when he was suppressed on Mount Lu. But now, he had almost lost his temper, mainly because this human was too cruel. What had he seen? Chu Feng had destroyed the corporation, killed the Nine Lives Cat, and now he was chasing after the Golden Crow. This made his heart palpitate. The Golden Condor King didn't disobey Chu Feng. He cooperated and spread his wings, sending out strong winds. Catch! The black yak fell to the ground, his bones weak and tendons drained. He was completely drained of energy and barely managed to toss the Buddhist staff into the air, where it was caught by Chu Feng. Yellow Cattle was still worried. He leapt onto the golden condor's back and chased after the enemy. Astral winds surged as the golden condor soared through the sky. He moved faster and faster until he reached 4 times the speed of sound as he chased after the fleeing peerless experts. They were like 2 supersonic bombers, one in front and one behind. They rushed into the distance with a loud rumble and alarmed many life forms along the way. Unfortunately, the golden crow had started earlier and was, after all, a peerless expert with 6 severed shackles. His speed was even faster. Even though he was heavily injured and one of his wings had almost been torn off, he was still able to maintain a shocking speed and leave the golden condor king in the dust. Golden crow, don't run if you have the guts. Chu Feng shouted from behind. Unfortunately, his voice wasn't as fast as their speed, and the enemy couldn't hear him. The chase continued all the way from Gusu City to Jiangxi. In the end, the golden crow disappeared. Chu Feng was incomparably regretful that he couldn't kill this peerless bird king. The news had been leaked. Big news. Demon King Chu has once again pierced through the sky. The battle between Chu Feng and the 9 Lives Cat was too close to Gusu City and was immediately discovered. No one dared to approach and only watch from afar. They couldn't see the specifics clearly, but the final scene shocked them. The golden crow rushed into the sky with the Cat King's torn body while Chu Feng chased after them. This scene shocked everyone to the core. Some people along the way also noticed this and pieced together all the clues. Everyone was stunned. Now, they could already deduce what had happened. This was truly challenging everyone's mental state. 2 peerless experts had been defeated, and the 9 Lives Cat might even have fallen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't Chu Feng just conquer 2 corporations? Why did he have to fight with a peerless expert of the beast race? The frequency of the battle was too fast and too sudden. God, is he going to break through the sky? Someone couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention ordinary people, even the group of beast kings felt their hearts palpitate and felt dizzy. Who could contend against such a demon king Chu? Defeating 2 peak king tiers meant that he had truly risen to the top and was now one of the strongest experts. Before this, no matter how great the disturbance Chu Feng made, some of the older generation peerless experts still had confidence and were rather conceited. But now, they no longer had that confidence. Who could say for sure that they were stronger than the 9 Lives Cat? This was a natural-born assassin, a killer that walked in the shadows. Yet it was killed by Chu Feng. Some of the upper echelons of the corporations could no longer sit still. They felt their chests tighten and their vision darken. The pressure was so great that they were about to suffocate. Chu Feng was becoming more and more powerful, far exceeding their expectations. But things weren't like this when they first attacked him. Chu Feng was only at the 4th shackle and was on the verge of death. Everyone thought he would die without a doubt if he couldn't walk out of Jiangxi. Heitong would definitely kill him once he recovered. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There was no suspense. Additionally, the Peacock King had gone south and ordered all the Beast Kings to hunt him down and kill him without mercy. Under normal circumstances, he had no chance of survival. He was trapped in an inescapable net with dozens of king-level entities within Jiangxi attacking him from all sides, especially when his whereabouts were discovered very quickly. 20 to 30 experts attacked him together, wanting to kill him and force him to reveal his breathing technique. What shocked everyone was that everything changed that night. He had escaped and carved out a bloody path. It could be considered a miracle. He had escaped with his life. Many people agreed that it wasn't an error in their estimations, but rather an accident. Chu Feng fought a group of Beast Kings and escaped in the end. This made his breathing technique even more extraordinary and made all the major powers envious. Unfortunately, no one succeeded and instead stepped into a swamp. Following that, Chu Feng's series of shocking accomplishments intimidated all parties. Now, some corporations were truly afraid. They had gone too far in the past and were even more ruthless than the beast race. Now, they felt incomparably guilty and somewhat scared. At this time, the more powerful Chu Feng became, the more uneasy they felt. Who could defeat this demon king? Could it be that no one can deal with him? Some beast race experts lamented. The Nine Lives cat had been beheaded, and the golden crow was being hunted down. To many beast races, this was akin to the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. Some people were sad, but there were naturally people who were happy. God Chu is truly heaven-defying. Ever since he was surrounded and hunted in Jiangxi, he has carved out a bloody path and rose to power. He's no longer afraid of being suppressed by peerless experts. The ordinary people were delighted. Back when Chu Feng had slaughtered the ash wolf, many people remembered his good deeds and supported him along the way. At this time, the marine race was quite calm. They didn't feel that Chu Feng's accomplishments were anything special because they had seen even more terrifying experts. The sea was vast and far greater than the continent. Not long ago, during the fight for the sea god fruit, the entire region's waters had been dyed red. The number of experts who died here was much higher than on the continent. The marine race had always been very confident after landing on land. This time was no exception. Some people were discussing this matter with a condescending attitude. Only SOSO. Some marine race entities played it down. Their evaluation of Chu Feng's accomplishments wasn't very high, and it seemed they didn't think much of him. He's not bad. He's not that much weaker than the geniuses of the Flood Dragon and Sea Tiger races. He's quite the character. There were also some marine race experts who weren't looking down on Chu Feng. Unfortunately, He Tong was killed by others. Otherwise, this Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to jump around. He would have been executed long ago. Some marine race experts felt incomparably regretful. As they saw it, the young humans on the continent should have had lackluster accomplishments. The Black Dragon Crown Prince should have been the most glorious. In truth, some marine race experts were deliberately belittling Chu Feng for this reason. Hollow Jade Temple, you will suffer the wrath of the Southern Sea Dragon race in the end. A marine race expert threatened to take revenge on the Hollow Jade Temple Master. That was because they had obtained evidence that the Hollow Jade Temple Master had appeared near Mount Sanqing and seen his true body. Many marine race experts were now convinced that He Tong had been killed by the Hollow Jade Temple Master and others. This was also the reason why the marine race believed that Chu Feng was lucky to have never encountered He Tong. Otherwise, he would have been killed for sure. It was also because of this that they believed that Chu Feng was inferior to He Tong. Chu Feng was speechless when he heard this news. He had been inexplicably cleared of suspicion. The marine race had previously listed him as one of their suspects and hated him greatly. Now, the Hollow Jade Temple Master had been implicated without doing anything. At the same time, Chu Feng was astonished. Had a Hollow Jade Temple Master really appeared at Mount Sanqing? Lu Tong was speechless when he received the news. He quickly contacted the Hollow Jade Temple Master and told him to make preparations. The marine race might invade the Hollow Jade Temple. The Hollow Jade Temple Master was speechless. He was in the Jiangxi region and opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. The Mastiff Monarch of Kunlun, the Elder Ape of Great Woods Temple, and the Golden-Winged Rock of Mount Hua all spoke up one after another, praising the Hollow Jade Temple Master for being outstanding. I didn't kill him, the Hollow Jade Temple Master clarified. Although this kind of accomplishment could shake the world, the risk was too great. The marine race might retaliate and challenge him continuously. Moreover, he really wasn't the killer. He wasn't willing to take the blame. The marine race believed that he had killed He Tong and that they had proof that he had been to Mount Sanqing. I was just passing by, the Hollow Jade Temple Master explained. To the marine race, this was a laughable explanation. Passing by, was he trying to provoke them? Later on, some people said that the 8 Visions Temple Master had also arrived in Jiangxi. They guessed that the 2 Temple Masters had joined hands to seize the Southern Sea Dragon race's great killing weapon. This caused a great commotion. The arrival of 2 Temple Masters was no small matter. What happened next caused the situation to take a turn for the better. During the Battle of Mount Yinluo, Chu Feng slaughtered in all directions and massacred many beast kings. The identity of the expert with 6 severed shackles was revealed. It was the three-eyed marine race expert Qianyu. The images captured by the satellites were all balls of light and fierce battles between experts. Each of them was shrouded in energy, and their true bodies couldn't be seen. But at that time, a large number of mutant armies and researchers had arrived. It was impossible for them to keep their mouths shut. The marine race was flabbergasted. They had purposely belittled Chu Feng, believing that he was lucky to have escaped He Teng's attack. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. But in the end, such an accomplishment was revealed. The three-eyed marine race expert Qian Yu was even more powerful than He Teng. Even he had been defeated. This caused the arrogant marine race experts to lose face. Following which, people began to analyze Chu Feng's various accomplishments. They compared the battle on Mount Yunluo with the battle outside of Gusa City and posted the photos online for expert review. In the end, people's expressions became increasingly odd. That was because even though the battle marks on Mount Sanqing had been destroyed and cleaned up, there were still some traces that were similar to those on Mount Yunluo and outside of Gusa City. God damn it, it can't be. He Teng was also killed by Chu Feng. A senior beast race expert of virtue and prestige couldn't help but curse out loud. This caused a huge commotion. A group of people began to compare the traces and photos in a frenzy. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion, no matter how they looked at it. It seemed like Chu Feng's shadow was present. The destruction was too similar. Finally, someone found a set of footprints on a rock on Mount Sanqing. After careful comparison, they found that it was Chu Feng's soul. The marine race was furious out of humiliation. They had personally denied that it wasn't Chu Feng who did it. They felt that his skills weren't good enough, but now they had suffered a resounding slap to the face. The most infuriating thing was that Chu Feng hadn't uttered a single word from beginning to end. It was as if he had nothing to do with this matter and was incomparably aloof. A dog that bites doesn't show its teeth. The marine race was furious. All sorts of unpleasant words came out of their mouths because they felt that they had been tricked by Chu Feng. The outside world was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. All the major powers were flabbergasted. After all, it turned out that all the major events of the recent period were caused by Chu Feng. Many people were completely speechless. This Demon King Chu was even more savage than they had imagined. The Black Yak, the Donkey King, and the others were also discussing this matter. What a coincidence! Could it be that the Hollow Jade Temple Master leaked this information on purpose? He's trying to push you out so that he can't take the blame for you. There was no peace within the Jiangxi region. Most of the marine race who had landed were here. They wanted to attack Mount Longhu and occupy the ancestral court of Taoism. Chu Feng, you're really something. We only have one question. Were you the one who killed Crown Prince He Teng? The marine race people were truly enraged. All sorts of extreme words came out of their mouths. Some wanted to challenge him, some wanted to hunt him down, and some even said that He Teng's father, the Elder Dragon King of the Southern Sea, would come ashore to take his head. The taste of the Southern Sea flood serpent isn't bad. Chu Feng finally spoke. His words were like poking a hornet's nest. Even the experts on the continent were speechless. This person wasn't afraid of blowing things up and wanted to fight to the death. Chapter 281. Jiangning was a very large city. Chu Feng's group arrived in a low-profile manner and didn't alarm anyone. Many people thought they were in Jiangxi. At this time, the outside world was discussing Chu Feng. His daring to fight to the death with the marine race was definitely a major event. Many people were discussing how powerful Chu Feng was because his accomplishments were simply too outstanding. He had already surpassed ordinary king-level entities with 6 severed shackles. Otherwise, how could he have killed He Teng, Qianyu, and the Nine Lives Cat? In the end, some people believe that the current Chu Feng could be ranked among the top 10 experts of the East. This was a shocking ranking, even though not everyone agreed with it. the old llama of Kunlun, the mountain tortoise of Kongtong, the golden-winged rock of Mount Hua. These people were considered to be among the top 10 experts. Comparatively speaking, Chu Feng was too young. His rise was simply too fast compared to those old demons who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the fact that Chu Feng was mentioned as one of the top 10 experts of the East was a form of acknowledgement. What followed was the secret of his rise. Needless to say, many people guessed that it had something to do with the breathing technique he had mastered. However, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. This was a demon king who had devoured the Black Dragon Crown Prince and even overturned the corporations. Celestial biology, Lin family. Su Wani had been alternating between joy and sorrow recently. She was naturally happy when Chu Feng was on the verge of death, but she was in a terrible mood after Chu Feng's return. Her sister, Su Wanqing, had joined forces with the Mu family's young master to deal with Chu Feng. In the end, both of them died in Mount Taiyang. This caused her to view Chu Feng with hatred and wanted to take revenge. But after Chu Feng became a king-level expert, she no longer dared to attack. Fighting to the death with the marine race and offending the Elder Dragon King of the Southern Sea. Su Wani laughed. The Elder Dragon King of the Southern Sea had 1,500 years of cultivation. Currently, he was searching for the draconification fruit in the depths of the ocean. Otherwise, he would have arrived on land in person. Why is it so lively up ahead? Su Wani was astonished. The Lin family was a big family with a large population. They owned many houses in this villa district. At this moment, the noise attracted her attention. "Young madam, it's not good. I heard that Demon King Chu has arrived." Her trusted aide came to report. "What? Isn't he in Jiangxi?" Su Wani was very flustered. She had targeted Chu Feng several times and even implicated his parents. She was very afraid of this Devil King's revenge. Then, she received news that Chu Feng specifically wanted to see her, and it was now. Su Wani's face was deathly pale, and she fell to the ground with a thud. She was so frightened that she fainted. At this time, a few important members of the Lin family personally came to greet Chu Feng, inviting him into the guest hall. Even a few elders of great age appeared, personally accompanying him. They did not expect Chu Feng to come to Jiangning so quickly and directly visit the Lin family. Linoi was not here, but she had received news that she would be back in a day or two. The Lin family's mood was complicated. They were somewhat apprehensive, but also rejoicing. In the past, they had never imagined that Chu Feng could reach this step in such a short time. They acknowledged Chu Feng's strength. After the upheavals, this kind of person was needed by all parties. But there were also some criticisms among them. They felt that Chu Feng was not reserved enough and that his methods were too extreme. He was notorious among the corporations and had offended too many people. Some of them understood the nature of the upheavals and knew how terrifying the corporation's foundations were. That was because they themselves were corporations. "Chu Feng, you and Lin Naoi are classmates and have a good relationship. We won't treat you as an outsider, so please don't mind our harsh words," an old man said. He was one of Linoi's granduncles. He was quite old, but his face was ruddy and his spirit was hale and hearty. This can only be considered the early stages of the upheaval. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. He had just mentioned to Chu Feng that it wasn't good to continue killing like this. He tactfully advised that no one in this world could be invincible and that he should consider the future. Chu Feng nodded humbly after hearing this and didn't refute it. All in all, the atmosphere wasn't bad and nothing unpleasant happened. That was because Chu Feng had already confirmed that the Lin family hadn't arranged for a king-level expert to deal with him. So much so that the Lin family told him that the Mu family hadn't done so either. This astonished Chu Feng. In truth, he had come to Jiangning mainly to target the Mu family. He believed that with Linoi around, the celestial biology Lin family wouldn't oppose him. The Mu family, on the other hand, had always been hostile toward him. The Mu family is currently seeking stability and waiting for the next upheaval. They probably haven't gotten involved, the old man informed. Finally, Suwani arrived with a forced smile on her face. Even though she was in the celestial biology Lin family, she was still worried that Chu Feng would kill her at the slightest disagreement. To the corporate powers, Chu Feng had almost been demonized. He had conquered 2 major corporations in a single day and had sent heads rolling. Who wouldn't be afraid? She was someone who had an old grudge against Chu Feng and was now extremely afraid. Moreover, her husband Lin Yu wasn't here at the moment. Some people from the Lin family knew a bit about the situation and tried to smooth things over, hoping that Chu Feng would let this matter go. Chu Feng stared at her and really wanted to slap her to death. But after some thought, he didn't act out on the spot. However, there wasn't much of a smile on his face either. He directly mentioned that Su Wani's methods were outstanding and had actually involved his family. He had wanted to pay a visit to the Lin family more than once. This caused the Lin family members' expressions to change. This Demon King's words weren't pleasant at all. He had visited the Archaic Alliance and the Extraterrestrial Research Institute before, but what had happened in the end? Some people from the Lin family looked at Su Wani with unkind expressions, but there were also some who sympathized with her. In the end, Su Wani collapsed with a thud and fainted once again. Chu Feng was helpless. He really hadn't planned to cut off her head under such a harmonious atmosphere. But in the end, she couldn't help but be frightened. At his level, it was too easy to kill this woman. He didn't even need to do it himself. All he had to do was force the Lin family. But today, he didn't want to do so. I hope she doesn't have any evil thoughts, Chu Feng said. In the end, he couldn't leave. The Lin family was very hospitable and had arranged a well-decorated villa for him. The Lin family told him that Linoy would be back soon. They all knew that there was a story between the two of them. What do you think? Within a secret room, several important characters of the Lin family were discussing. The building materials here were quite special and could isolate them from the outside world. There is no need to fear the divine instincts of king-level entities. Extraordinary strength and rapid rise. He might really grow into a great tree, but this is only from an evolutionary point of view. Even if he can protect his body, his future path will be full of twists and turns. The Lin family members were discussing. They acknowledged Chu Feng's talent for evolution, but they felt that he wasn't reserved enough and that his future prospects weren't very bright. Not to mention what would happen when the corporations went all out. He might not even be able to pass the marine race's trial. Did he really think that the Elder Dragon King's 1,500 years of cultivation was fake? Some people in the clan hope that Lin Naoi can be with him. They don't know anything. Tell them to shut up. Chu Feng stayed with the Lin family for a day and then left for the hotel to find the black yak and the Manchurian tiger. Finally, they arrived at the Mu family. The Mu family sought stability, so none of their direct descendants were present. Apparently, they were worried that Chu Feng would take the opportunity to attack them. The defeat of the 2 corporations had long since touched their nerves. Those who stayed behind told Chu Feng that the Mu family hadn't taken action. Afterward, he contacted Linoy and asked for confirmation. The answer he received was that the Mu family really hadn't attacked. Chu Feng was fairly astonished that the Mu family, who had enmity with him, hadn't acted rashly. On the contrary, the Archaic Alliance and the Extraterrestrial Research Institute had taken action. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. He sighed lightly. When will you be back? Chu Feng asked Linoy. I should arrive at Jiangning tomorrow. News of Chu Feng's appearance in Jiangning leaked out and caused quite a commotion. Soon, more and more people felt that he might be qualified to be ranked among the top 10 experts. Many people thought that he was going to attack the Celestial Biology Institute, but they found that he was quite peaceful and there were no signs of a war. Don't tell me he's going to become the Lin family's son-in-law. Some people who hoped to see a war said sourly. At noon, just as the sun was blazing, something strange happened in Jiangning. Dozens of vines descended from the sky and reached the city. Similar things happened in Shuntian, Gusu, and Hangcheng, following which the same thing happened in the skies above some of the major cities in the west. People everywhere were astonished. What was going on? In the past, plants had grown in space and even threatened satellites. In the end, they were all destroyed by missiles. Could it be that something similar had happened? However, this time, after taking photos from the sky and monitoring satellites, people were shocked to find that this wasn't the case at all. These vines seemed to have grown out of thin air and rooted themselves in the void. There was no sign of their roots. Chu Feng immediately ordered the Golden Condor King to take him into the air to see what was going on. Yellow Cattle also followed with a solemn expression. These vines were like ropes. Some fell from tens of thousands of meters in the air, while others fell from hundreds of meters. Moreover, they were all different in color. Some were lush green, some purple, but all of them were very sturdy. Chu Feng found a blue vine and dropped it from 3,000 meters in the air. The vine was only as thick as an arm from top to bottom. There were no changes to it, and it was an intoxicating blue color. They arrived at its source and found a ball of mist a meter in diameter. As Chu Feng was about to approach, Yellow Cattle pulled him back and said, "Don't go near it." They observed for a while and found that there was a ball of mist at the source of all the vines, but it wasn't very big. Finally, Chu Feng summoned his flying sword and approached the mist. Soon, a clanging sound came from the scarlet sword as if it had been hit by something. His expression changed. With a swoosh, he instantly recalled the flying sword and carefully observed it. He couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that another great change has arrived? Chu Feng muttered to himself. That day, some mutants were very daring. They climbed up the vines and disappeared into the mist. The stairway to heaven is connected to the world of immortals. Just like that, a rumor began to spread. Most people didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't want to take the risk, but there were still some who climbed up and disappeared into the mist. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.